Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can you enable my?
Yes, sir. Audio is barely breaking. Maybe some network issue.
No,
Okay.
yeah, I can. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning.
Sagar
Good
here.
morning. Good morning, Mr.
Yeah.
Sagar. Good morning.
Yeah. Nimal bhai, my audio video is not coming. Is it? You need to enable my video.
Okay.
I'm not so good looking, but still it helps.
No, video. No, you are good looking. Sir, you are the Sagar bhai sir. You are the हमारे पास है. Okay. We will start.
Yeah.
MOC ready? MOC audio clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have started YouTube live streaming.
Okay. Keep your thinking right and your business will be right. Good morning, one and all present here. I'm Shivangi. Welcome you all. Second day of 33rd Annual Management Convention, New Rule of Business, Survival in the Era of Killer Competition. So moving forward, I request Mr. Nimil Bakshi, Vice President of Baroda Management Association, for briefing a entire day schedule. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, a very warm welcome at the Baroda Management Association 33rd Annual Management Convention. Friends, yesterday is a very important day, first day, and yes, our keynote speaker and as well as guest of honor has proved that it's a very first day is always an opening ceremony, and if the opening ceremony starts in a well manner, then definitely the end will be the success. Friends, today we have lined up with the 8 speakers and 3 moderators. And that's all our subject will connect with the 360-degree view of the new business rule. So I will just briefing you about the very quick schedule for the day. And I request Secretariat that within a 15 to 20 minutes, they will share the link of this schedule PDF in your chat box. So you can just plan out as per your schedule. I understand from it's a marathon program, whole day program, but may I request to you, please join us with the throughout the day. So first session will start 9:30 to 10:15 p.m. And in first session, we are invited a very prominent speaker, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, who is the original new author of the new rule of the business. And this is the open secret we have opened in front of you at very first session. So based on this, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav new rule book, the entire design of this AMC come up in the Mr. Bhaskar Joshi's mind. And this is the dream project of Mr. Bhaskar Joshi. Thank you. Next, Mr. Surya Narayan Iyer, he will speak on reinventing business strategy and dealing with the corporate uncertainty in the era of COVID or non-COVID. Corporate uncertainty is always there. So how to deal it? Mr. Surya Narayan is again a very popular and prominent speaker, and he's from very renowned brand Oracle. So this is the second session for second speaker. Third one, Mr. Chinmay Nayak. Chinmay Nayak is our own great Barodian, and he will speak on the differentiate or die and legacy hardly matter. Very important in today's era of startup versus the older business house. So Mr. Chinmay will address the right topic. And very important for us that we have invited Mr. Sagar Mehta for as a moderator. Mr. Sagar, Mr. Sagar Mehta will moderate. Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, Dr. Surya Narayan Iyer, and Mr. Chinmay Nayak. Mr. Sagar Mehta is our own BMI and known for designer of many events like AMC and AOYM. Sagar Bhai is right now head at the Cambay unit, Hindustan Oil Exploration Limited, Baroda. Next, it will a tea break. Sorry, my presentation is discontinued. I'm trying to connect it again. Okay. Next one is the tea break. Tea break will be at 11:15 and 11:15 to 11:30. Then next session will start after the 11:30. We will connect again you about the briefing of the program because my presentation is some issue in the technical part. So I will continue after the first session. Thank you. Over to MOC.
Thank you so much, sir. So now moving forward with our first session, there are three speakers, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, Dr. Surya Narayan Iyer, and Mr. Chinmay Nayak. And moderator for the session is Mr. Sagar Mehta. The first speaker is Mr. Rajesh Srivastav. He is a former CEO, J.K. Helen Curtis, adjacent faculty IIM Indore, Penguin best-selling author of The New Rule of Business. Rajesh Srivastav graduated from IIT Kanpur and IIM Bangalore. He has over 3 decades of corporate and academic experience. At United Spirits, he played a significant role in creating some of India's most recognized, beloved, and enduring alcohol brands, including McDowell's Signature, Royal Challenge, Bed Piper, and Blue Ribbon Beer. He went on to become the president of J.K. Helen Curtis, where the re-energized the company and the deodorant category by relaunching Park Avenue deodorant as a perfume. Today, perfume has become a generic benefit for the deodorant category. So now I request Mr. Rajesh Srivastav for taking his session. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Bhaskar Joshi, for inviting me. Good morning, friends. I just want to know, my time is till 10:15, right? So I will accordingly speak.
Sure, please proceed.
So I will speak for till about 10:05, and 10 minutes we can have question answer. So friends, this is first is thank you for inviting me. And to talk about the new rules of business, I'm going to share a few stories which will bring out the new rules of business. The first story I want to share with you relates to two young entrepreneurs, and the year is 1999. These two young entrepreneurs were students who were studying at Stanford. Now, while they were studying at Stanford, they came out with an algorithm which actually revolutionized, as we know today, the search engine, and it was called Google. They were very excited with what they had created. And as they went around the world, they found that there was another very popular drink, which was called Coca-Cola. In every part of the world they went, Coca-Cola was well recognized, and it was synonymous with cold drink, with refreshment. So Coca-Cola meant refreshment in 1999. These two young entrepreneurs Larry Page and Sergey Brin were very excited with Google, and they wanted Google, like Coca-Cola, to be known all over the world. And like Coca-Cola in customers' mind equals to soft drink and refreshment, they wanted, when people thought of Google, to stand for search all over the world. The year is 1999. So what did they do? They went to a person who had actually was responsible at that point in time for making Coca-Cola continue its international success. They approached this person because he had left Coca-Cola and started an independent marketing consultancy and said, "Sir, we would like you to please suggest to us marketing strategy and an investment plan so that when we invest in your strategy and in your plan, then as you make Coca-Cola equal to refreshment, make sure that Google equals to search in every part of the world." So this marketing consultant, who's ex Coca-Cola person, went down to work. And when they went down to work, what they did was they came out with a strategy. It took them a few months, but they came out with a strategy which told Larry Page and Sergey Brin that if you invest over a few years, a few $1 billion in a prescribed manner, then chances are very, very high that Google will stand for search. And what did they do? Like he had done for Coca-Cola, he suggested that you should invest in 5 mediums: television, radio, cinema, outdoor, right? And print media. These two young Google co-founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, listened to this consultant who's the ex Coca-Cola, and after hearing his presentation, looked at him and said, "Thank you, sir, for making the presentation. Here's the fee which we had promised you for making this presentation and presenting a strategy to us. But we want you to know that this $1 billion investment, this $1 billion multi-year investment that you have proposed to us, we will not invest in television, radio, cinema, outdoor, and press. We will not invest there. But we will take that same money and invest in making Google such an amazing platform that Google should do its own marketing." May I just repeat it? What did these Google co-founders tell the marketing consultant who's the ex-head of Coca-Cola? "You have proposed, as what we had requested you, a marketing plan of how Coca-Cola can become, like Coca-Cola became synonymous with refreshment, how can Google become synonymous with search? You presented a multi-year plan to invest on television, radio, cinema, outdoor, and press. We will invest that money, but not in these medium, but invest it on Google platform to make it so good that whenever anyone comes on Google platform, the experience should be so good that he would be tempted to come back to Google next time he wanted search." Which means what? Which means they said, we will not invest in marketing, but we will invest in making the product so good that it does its own marketing. And that is the first rule, the new rule of business. Whenever any new company goes in for a new product or an existing product, a part of that money is kept aside, which is called advertising and sales promotion, A&SP, which for normal companies is between any figure between say 4% to 10% to 15%. New age companies refrain from spending money on advertising and sales promotion, which is on television, radio, cinema, outdoor, and press. They don't save that money, but they invest that money into making the product so good that the product does its own marketing. You will look at me and say, "Hey, Google can be an example. Can you give me another example?" Well, friends, let me ask you another question. Which is the world's most valuable company? Tesla. And which is the most popular brand of Tesla? Model 3. Has any one of you seen a single advertisement of Tesla Model 3 when it was launched? Now that it is a few years old, Not a single advertisement. And do you know what? The day Elon Musk announced Model 3, he collected in the next 6 months $2.3 billion, even without having a working model of Tesla 3. Why? Because of his reputation. And even after that, he did not spend a single penny in advertising. He let Tesla's reputation basically do its own marketing. So this is the thing that I would request you to do. Let me give you another example. Twitter. Has any one of you seen any advertisement of Twitter? But today, all major announcements of world leaders, every single major announcement happens on Twitter, whether it is our political establishment or global political establishment. But you've not seen a single advertisement. So may I suggest to you, with all humility, please don't spend money on advertisement. Spend that money on making the product so good that it does its own advertisement. Let's move to story 2. Today, Amazon has become an integral part of many people's life. Many of you would know that Amazon birth was that of a bookseller. It had a very simple model. You could go to Amazon website, search for books that you wanted, pay through your credit card, and the book will be delivered at the address that you wanted. It was a very simple model. And what did Amazon do, as it does even today? It encouraged people who bought actual books to put out reviews and rating about the books they had bought and they had purchased and read, to write reviews and give ratings of the book. That happens even today. Now, when this system was implemented, Amazon took off, sales went up. But the head of the book division, who was handling books in Amazon, over a period of time, he discovered that many books sold on Amazon platform had negative reviews, had negative ratings, poor rating. And when he did a statistical analysis, what he discovered that all books that had negative rating or bad reviews, the sales plummeted. And what happened when sales did not happen? The inventory of those books went up, and the inventory remained that way because the reviews and ratings were poor. As a result, Amazon had to carry that inventory, unsold stock. So what did this person do who was in charge of sales of books? He made a case to Jeff Bezos. He says, Jeff Bezos is the founder of Amazon. He says, Jeff, I've got an idea. So Jeff said, what's your idea? He says, Jeff, you know what? We encourage people to put out reviews and ratings. So the books that get good reviews and ratings, their sales go up, and we are always short of stock. We need more of them. But books whose reviews and ratings are negative or poor, those sales don't happen. And the stock of those books keep on piling up. And therefore, what I propose is that we should bring down all the negative reviews and all the negative ratings, so that when readers or potential buyers of books don't have access to negative reviews and ratings, they would tend to buy it, and our stock, unsold stock, will keep on diminishing and will keep on reducing. So what I propose is that let's bring down the negative reviews and rating, and in future, we'll have an algorithm. As soon as a negative review or rating is posted, we will delete it, or we will not permit it to be posted. Jeff Bezos heard his head of business of books, looked at him and said, you figured it all wrong. Jeff Bezos said, you figured it all wrong, because we are not in the business of selling books. We are not in the business of selling books. We are in the business of helping people make up their mind which book to read. And in that resides the rule 2. Whatever business you are not in the business of selling your products, no matter at what cost. You are in the business of offering your product and solving people's problem and helping people and providing enough information to people, to your potential customers. Provide them with enough information about your product so that they choose your product, they opt for your product. So this is the rule 2. For God's sake, do not believe that your job is selling products. Building on rule 1, make your product so good that it does its own marketing. And second thing, building on rule 2, your job is not to sell products. Your job is to display information, knowledge, educate your customers so that they can make up their mind based on their judgment that your product is the best. So you're not in the business of selling products, you're in the business of helping people make up their mind to buy your product by providing them with adequate information, guarantees about your product. That is rule 2. Rule 3, which is about disrupting your own business. Let's take iPhone. iPhone was launched in the year 2008. Not even a year elapsed after the product was launched that iPhone was killed and iPhone 2 was launched. Not even a year elapsed since iPhone 2 was launched. iPhone 3 was launched and iPhone 2 was killed. What was Apple doing? It was launching a product and on its own volition, killing that product and launching a newer version. Today, it is roughly about how much? 14 years. And now I use iPhone, but I don't know which version we are on. I think iPhone 13 or something. So in 14 years, we have 13 destruction and rebirth. So we have killed iPhone and given rebirth to 13 iPhones. 13 killed, 13 born. You will ask why. When iPhone 1 was killed, its sales was soaring up and up and up. Even while the sale was soaring, they killed it and launched iPhone 2. While iPhone sales were moving up and up and up, they killed it and launched it. Why does iPhone kill its own successful product? The answer is very simple. iPhone believes that its own strongest competitor is not Samsung or any other mobile company or a smartphone company, but its own competitor is iPhone itself. If iPhone had not killed iPhone 1, then what would have happened? As soon as iPhone 1 was launched and it became successful, millions of competitors overnight sprang up in every part of the world, starting from Korea to China, everyone. If iPhone had continued, then these competitors would have come out with products, prices lower than iPhone, giving the same feature, and in the process killed iPhone 1. So what does iPhone do? It launches a version before competition can catch up with its iPhone 1, it killed it and launched iPhone 2 and jumped the curve. Now competition is running after iPhone 2 to compete with iPhone 2. Before they can compete, iPhone kills iPhone 2 and jumps to 3. So it always remains ahead of the competition while competition is forever playing a catch-up game. What is the lesson for you? Lesson for you is that in 21st century, you have to become your strongest competitor. Don't wait for competition to come and overtake you or kill you. You're not in the business of remaining ahead of competition, for example. You're in the business of serving your customer. But to serve your customer the best, you have to remain ahead of everybody else. And how can you do that? By choosing to become your own competitor and not allowing others to push you. Push yourself to become the best, the best, the best. And that is lesson number 3. You will say in India, can you give an example? I'll give you a negative example. Many of you may not be born, but when India became independent, there were 2.5 cars. 2.5 cars that were present on Indian road. One was Ambassador, second was Fiat, and many people may not know there was another called a small market share called Standard. Both Ambassador and Fiat, the two leading brands who between them control maybe 98% market share, they never changed their model. They just changed the wrinkling of the tin plate, but everything remained the same. Everything remained the same. And their objective was, अगर बिक रहा है तो change करके फायदा क्या है? And then came Maruti 800. And it overtook both these companies. And Maruti was responsible for killing both these guys. Let's come to Maruti. Maruti 800 was launched. And much to my surprise, even when Maruti 800 sales were going up and up, it discontinued that specific model and launched a new model, which was completely different in look and engine power. And since then, you would see that Maruti has been upgrading or killing many of its brand and launching upgraded versions. So this is rule 3 that I would request you to follow. Disrupt and destroy yourself and become your strongest competitor. Don't allow competition to push you. That's the old way of working. The fourth rule that I would share with you is probably one of the best rules that I think has happened, where all of us, all our lives, or all of us are making that rule happen. Let's take banking. I think that would be the best. About a decade back, almost, let's say 5-6 years back, for every single banking needs, which is to withdraw money, to deposit money, any banking need, I had to go to pay my credit card. I had to go write a check and drop it on in the, there used to be a box at various centers, including the bank, where we had to go and drop the check, and it had to be dropped 7 days before the due date. Every single banking need, I had to go during banking hours, and for dropping the check also, because they would close the gate for credit card payment. Now, what do I do? For most of my banking needs, which is, withdrawing cash, transferring money, making payments, making credit card payments, anything that most of the banking functions now is available on my smartphone. I don't need to go to the bank anymore. And am I happy or unhappy? I'm more happy. Why? Because when I went to the bank, I had to stand in I had to invest my time in walking from my home to the bank or taking a taxi or a bus. It took time and it was expensive. I had to invest money. In the bank, I had to wait in a queue. I don't know if any one of you is aware that they used to give us token, a brass token, and made to sit, and then they would call out 18, 21, and then we would go there. They would give us money. So go from home, invest your time, invest your money, wait there with nothing to do, and then come back home tired. Today, I'm happy that sitting in the comfort of my house 24/7, I can do banking at a time convenient to me, anytime, anywhere, on the move. Did you ever wonder what the bank has done? The bank has very simply made me and every one of you who does net banking into their partial customer. The bank has converted you, me, and everyone who does net banking into their partial customer. We do many of the jobs that bank employees used to do earlier. We withdraw cash, we do bank transfers, we do payments, we do everything. These were earlier done by the bank branch people. Now we do it. And does the bank pay us any money for doing the job that their employees were doing? No, they pay us zero. And plus, Because of net banking, few of us are going to the bank branch. Therefore, the size of that bank, which was so big, has reduced. So the bank physical space is reduced. Less employees are there. So their cost has fallen. We, the bank customers, have become their partial employees and doing most of their job. Our customer satisfaction has increased. So do you see this? Customer satisfaction has increased and the cost of banking has gone down. The bank cost has gone down. This is the most wonderful equation that any business can have. How to increase customer satisfaction while decreasing cost is use technology and make your customer into your partial employee. You will look and say, hey, banking could be an exception. Are there other examples? Take a look at airlines. Earlier, I had to go to a travel agent. I'm talking because you can see my white hair. We had to go to a travel agent, tell him what we wanted. He would then give us an itinerary. We would decide. He would book the ticket. We made the payment. And the book was this thick. This thick. It was this thick a book, right? It used to come like this. My time was wasted in going to the agent. He issued a ticket, which was this thick. Paper was wasted. And plus he took a commission from the airlines for being for booking the ticket. Then on the day of the flight, I had to travel hours in advance, stand in a queue and do a check-in. While I did a check-in, the airlines had to keep a counter and a counter person, and they gave me a boarding pass. So the airlines incurred cost in paying the travel agent, in issuing the ticket booklet, in having a counter at the airport, having a person manning it, and then cost of printing that boarding pass. Today, all that cost has disappeared. I go to a site, airlines, or make my trip. I do my own booking. I make my own payment. On the day, I do my own check-in. And then I go straight to security. What does the airlines done? Converted me into a partial employee. My cost has gone up. My satisfaction has gone up because I don't have to waste time. Airline cost has fallen. Isn't that a magical formula? If you were running a company, don't you want to increase customer satisfaction and decrease your cost? Well, convert your employees into your partial customer. That is the fourth rule that I would like to say. So I'll just take one last rule and then I have 5 minutes left. Then we can have 5-minute question and answer. Buyers. When I was young, I wanted to, let's say, buy a watch. What would I do? I would see an advertisement of, let's say, HMT. Seeing that advertisement, or some friend told me, "Arey, HMT bahut acha hai." I went to the shop, HMT shop or a watch shop. The shopkeeper or the salesperson educated me, "Sir, ye acha hai, ye kharab hai, ye price hai." And once I was educated about it, I took a decision. I was called a linear buyer because my buying journey was linear. What was the buying journey? The buying journey was I became aware of the product through advertisement or through word of mouth. I went to the shop. The shopkeeper educated me about the product, its features, its price, features and price. And I bought the product or did not purchase. So I was a linear buyer. There was a linear journey. But today, take a look. My son is on social media, say Facebook. He suddenly gets a message. It says, "Hey, have you seen this wonderful jacket that has come?" I'm talking, instead of watch, I'm just saying a jacket. His friend puts out a post. He says, "Hey guys, there's this wonderful jacket I've seen on Zara. This is super." Now, what does my son do? He gets educated about a wonderful jacket that is there in Zara. It registers in his mind, but he forgets it. Next time, when he's walking by Zara, he suddenly makes a connection. Oh, my friend had messaged me on Facebook. There's a wonderful jacket on Zara. He then walks into a Zara store. He then tries that jacket physically. He likes it. Right there in Zara store, he will go to an online platform and check out the prices because he's in a Zara retail store. He knows the price at Zara retail store. Now, after trying it out, he opens his phone and checks out the price of that same jacket available on any of these fashion portals. Wherever it is less, he will place order and then pay it through EMI on his credit card and come home. 2 days later, the jacket will be delivered at his home, which is our home. Now look of how my son has become. He's a non-linear shopper. His entire buying journey started on social media, then social media, then he went to online store, a physical store, where he tried the jacket, he liked it, and then he again went back to an online store to check the prices. He placed order, made payment, and the jacket arrived. Started on social media, then went to a physical store, liked the jacket, and technically what he did was he's called a fit lifter. He lifted the fit from a physical store and placed online order. Social media, physical store, online. These people are called non-linear buyers. So today, whether you are buying a jacket or a turbine or a car, your buyers are not linear buyers. They are non-linear buyers. They will start their buying journey on any channel, which is physical store, online, any of these various channels. And that is why today retailing is called omni-channel retailing. There is no one channel through which a customer will shop for your product. It is like, suppose I'm coming from Bombay to Baroda. You can't tell me that only drive to the left side. When I'm starting from Bombay, because traffic is heavy, I will drive on the left side. But if I come to an open highway and I see there is no traffic, I'll go from left to the extreme right and drive at slightly higher speed. When I find that there's someone in front of me, then I will come to the middle path, middle of the highway, and overtake him and then continue. So I will keep on cutting lanes till I reach my journey in Baroda. Same way as a shopper. Today, shopping has multiple lanes. It's physical stores, online stores, catalog, many channels. You have to be present on every channel and make sure that the shopper can, like driving, go across any channel seamlessly without feeling any problem. And if you make your shopping seamless across channel, then you will win. So I will stop here because I just have 2 more minutes left from my time and hand over the floor to the association. But just saying that in the time given, I've just shared these new rules of business. The first rule is don't invest your money, hard-earned money, company money in advertising the product. Invest that same money in creating a product so good that it does its own advertisement. The second rule that you have to do is that you're not in the business of selling products to customers. You're in the business of making information available to the customer so that the customer makes the best choice, believing that your product is so good and you give such good information that the choice that he makes is your product. That's the second rule. Third is you have to become your own strongest competitor. There's no competition in 21st century. You are your own strongest competitor. Disrupt and destroy yourself and emerge in a stronger avatar every time. The fourth thing, if you want to increase customer satisfaction and reduce your cost, use technology platform to convert your customers into your partial employees. And lastly, embrace omni-channel. Be available on all the channels through which a customer can reach you. And there are many more rules. And these, in the time given, I could just share these with you. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Very well. I think if viewers are interested, they can go and purchase the book that is available on the net from the speaker, and that would do justice to your additional quest on the subject. And I would once again thank you, Mr. Srivastava. I was just going through the rules, and one poser is there. I have not seen any question and answers on the chat box, but it's like this, no? The new rules of business. But as a consumer or customers, there are new rules of life, and these are like if you read, one is this Amazon thing that you shared, saying that no negative reviews and all that. Last week I was reading saying that Amazon had to delist some of its viewers because it has become a business now. Now what has happened that you get some paid some money and you just have to write a negative or positive review about the product, and you get paid for it.
Yes.
So when cycle is it's way around that people keep. So when I today go to purchase a product, when I read a negative or positive reviews, wonder whether it's a fake review or it is, and that has put us into more complex issue.
Yes.
Second rule about iPhone, you said, again I was reading
Should I answer
that
this question before
iPhone
you go to the
Apple was
second one?
itself responsible.
Sorry, should I
Yeah,
answer the
yes,
first
please.
question before you go to the second one?
Yeah, please answer that.
So, like any system that starts off, it is unpolluted, it is pure. But given the human nature, they always game the system. They always game the system. And you're very, very true. Today, you have influencers on social media who are paid to promote a product they may not like. So how do you overcome it? If you go to Amazon and you write a review, right up there, there is a section there where let's say if I'm an author of this book, there is a declaration there that if it is a harmful review, I should report it to Amazon so that they will review whether that review is fake or it is conducted, right? So this is one thing I wish to share with you. Number two, that you are saying that you are skeptical about the reviews. Now, what you have to do is when you go through, let's say you go through my review, you will find that there are almost, I believe, I don't remember how much, but there are say one uh, there are 284 ratings and about 123 reviews.
Yes.
Now, all 123 reviews cannot be fake reviews. So you cannot just look at 3 reviews and do it. You just have to go through, suppose there are 123 reviews, just pick up 10th review, 88th review, 98th review, and random reviews and read it. In this way, what will happen is some competitors who are there in my country who are against me, if they are posting negative reviews through the process of randomness, you'll be able to eliminate it. So my system, my thing is like this. Yes, people have gamed the system, but the whole thing still remains. There is still purity in the system if you understand how to game the people who have gamed the system. So don't just look at in sequence. Pick out, if there are 123 reviews, just pick 4 numbers, look at this review, and you'll get a good answer to it. And they remove fake reviews or fake products that are put up only because of the thing that you have mentioned. You mentioned about a second product, iPhone.
Yeah, about iPhone, again, I read a review that Apple itself slows down the system of the previous model so that you are enthused to buy a new product, new version of that product. This is the second allegation.
Sir, this is again a fake thing, which is probably not true. And I would request every one of you that internet is such a democratic medium that anyone can post anything. This, I believe, is iPhone 5 or 6. I don't really remember. It still works wonderfully well. The system has not slowed down. So I think it is a fake information that is circulating there by interested parties, right? To create negativity about a company which is the world's most valuable company. This is an iPhone. You can check it out, and I'm just putting it here. I've been using it for 5-6 years. It has not slowed down one bit, and I've been able to do every single thing on this phone.
So it's a
Just to
fake
tell you
news.
one other thing, sir, just to tell you one other thing. Today, there is a strategy which is called plant. So, gentlemen and ladies, please have a look at this. What Mr. Sagar is saying, there is a truth to it. There is something called, in the time that when I was young and happening, we had cars like Ambassador, which were built to last 3 generations. Ambassador were built not to last one life or a few years. They were built to go across 3 generations. In these times that we look in, there is a concept called planned obsolescence. Why is it planned obsolescence? Take this product, iPhone, and there is something called Moore's law. What is Moore's law? Every 2 years, the power of computing goes up and the cost falls down. Now, if you are still using 2007 phone, as per Moore's law, in 2022, the computing power will be 10 times more than 2007 and the chip power will be more. Now, do you still want to use the last century phone or do you want to use the current phone? So they have this concept largely based on technology. So
Yeah.
do you still want to have last century technology power or do you want to have the current? So this concept is called planned obsolescence. So companies and technology come out with a life of a product based on some of these technology laws.
Very well answered. There is a question from Dilip Pandya. How come on your first rule?
Yes, sir. So can I answer that? Yeah, I got that question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
Rajesh ji, how come? So can I just take one more company? Dilip, can you come on can you put on your video, please? Dilip, are you there, sir? Dilip, are you there? Now let's take I'll just take one of the most popular thing, Paytm. Do you know what is the price of Paytm on the date was listed, and do you know what the price was yesterday?
It's gone down significantly. Yes.
Sir, it's not
More
gone down significantly from 17,800. It has come down to 786, a fall of 1,000 rupees.
Yes.
Do you know what was the listing price of Zomato, and do you know what the price today is?
They all are beaten. Yes.
Baiju. Do you know the kind of negative reviews that are there? And when I say negative reviews, you can, and then again, don't go by a few reviews that can be put up by, let's say, interested party. Read the other reviews also of various people. Read random reviews. And this again proves the point that when you don't have a good product, you need to invest in advertising.
Right. Very rightly answered. On another aspect of banking, still there are people who want to go and experience that feeling of going to a branch, especially senior citizens. They love that experience of going to branch, meeting 10 people on the road, and then come back.
Yes. Yes.
Is it still relevant?
Not true. Not true at all. I'll tell you something. They love the fact that they want to meet people face to face, but they do
Correct.
not want to meet them while going to the bank. While going to the bank, senior citizens may be tense. And why do they go to the bank? Because they are uncomfortable or not comfortable using it. That's about it. They have not been educated about using it or have the practice to use it. Sir, these are all alibis that we have for not doing it. I'll just give you an example. During lockdown, many of us were not into Google Pay. I am telling you, if ever you get into Google Pay, so let me just answer this question in a bit more elaborate fashion, so that all of you can do this in your company. You know, there's a gentleman called Kunal Shah who's formed Cred. So this is not my idea. This is his idea. Any one of you here who's there on the screen, does he use Google Pay? Anyone? Anyone who uses Google Pay, please, can you come on the screen? Mr. Sagar ji, आप Google Pay use करते हैं?
I do use, yes.
I also use, Rajesh ji.
Yeah, Mr. Iyer, you use Google Pay, right? Now tell me, just so you have a scale of 1 to 10. 1 is terrible and 10 is excellent. आप पानी पूरी खाने गए, ठीक है? और पानी पूरी का आया, आप अपने, sorry, I can't say girlfriend, right? आप फिर आइए ना सर, आप Mr. Iyer फिर आइए. Suppose you went with your lady companion, right? तो आप पानी पूरी का आया, let's say bill 32 rupees, 34 rupees. Now how आप अगर कैश देते हैं तो how much is the convenience? And then you have to go and buy sabji with your lady companion. Then you have to go and buy grocery with your lady companion. Then you have to go and do some more shopping. मेडिसिन खरीदने का है तो पानी पूरी खाया, उडुपी में फिर सब्जी खरीदा, फिर मेडिसिन खरीदा, फिर ग्रोसरी खरीदा, फिर उडुपी में आप और लेडी कंपेनियन ने खाना खाया. Each time you have to make a payment, and so one is you make cash payment. What is the experience you have in making cash payment? And second, Mr. Iyer, if you do Google payment for all these 4 cash transaction, what is your experience? First, आप मेरे को cash experience बताइए. Comparatively, 1 is terrible, 10 is very good. Cash में आपका क्या experience रहेगा on a scale of 1 to 10?
So on a scale of 1 to 10, I will keep cash as 4 to 5.
4 to 5. Google Pay?
Google Pay 10.
10. Now,
I would have said 1. I would have said 1 for cash, but I still told 4 to 5 because I had a reason.
No,
but anyway, that's not the context.
Mr. Sayed, that is not the point. That is all background.
Correct.
Mr. Iyer was asked a question, compared to Google Pay and cash payment, what is his score? He said 4, I'll take 5. 5 on cash and 10 on Google Pay. If the delta between your past habit and current habit is more than 3, ये मेरा नहीं है, ये कुणाल शाह का है. It's called, and मैंने कुणाल शाह का एक और फैक्टर डाल दिया मेरे बुक में, it's called the 4 delta test. If the difference between your existing practice with which Mr. Iyer वो जिंदगी में वो कैश ही करते आ रहे हैं and suddenly उनको Google Pay मिला, if the difference between his past way of doing things and new way of doing things is more than 4 delta, he will never go back to cash payment.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
Correct?
Absolutely.
And Mr. Sagar Mehta, this is again about banking. ये जो कैश पेमेंट है, ट्रांजैक्शंस आर कॉल्ड बैंकिंग. एक बार सीनियर सिटीजन के मुंह में खून लग गया ना नेट बैंकिंग का, वो कभी भी बैंक ब्रांच नहीं जाएंगे, और जो टाइम सेव होएगा ना, अपने दोस्तों से और गप्पा मारेंगे.
Very well said. I think we are now close to the time.
Can I intervene? Can I intervene?
Himanshu
Mehta
bhai.
sir?
Yes, Himanshu bhai.
I am Bhaskar Joshi. What we need to do, we need to follow.
We can't.
You are not
hear.
audible.
Yeah.
Mr. Bhaskar Joshi, you're on mute. You are on mute.
My suggestion was that let 3 panelists complete the presentation first, and then we'll take the question answers. Otherwise, we will not be in a position to complete the.
Yeah, let's move on to the next presentation. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
so
Mr.
much.
Srivastava.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for the opportunity. Thank you, everybody. So I
Thank
leave.
you,
Thank you.
Srivastava, sir. And we start with, yes, thank you, sir. We start with Dr. Suryanarayan, very well-known person in the field of corporate work. And without taking much time, he has been a source of inspiration for many youngsters, highly techno.
Mr. Sagar, I'm not able to hear anything. I hope the.
Yeah, same here. Same problem.
Yeah, I think.
Can't hear anything.
Yeah, I think Bhaskar will probably lost the connection. So.
Some network issue.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Sorry, sir, there is a network issue. So
Nigel bhai,
moving
some
forward.
network issue. Yeah,
Hello?
now it's audible.
Yes, sir. So now moving forward with next speaker, Mr. Suryanarayan Iyer.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Senior Director Solution Engineer in Ayer, is currently Senior Director at Oracle India. Prior joining of Oracle, he was the Vice President of Aditya Birla Group, Mumbai. He is engineer graduate and has done his MBA from Vallabh Vidyanagar. He is also doctorate from XLRI Jamshedpur. He has more than 27 years of experience in field of consulting and advising on HR and technical issues. He has been visiting faculty of SP Jain University, Narsimha Munji University, and Walinka University of Management. He is a visiting faculty in various management schools in India. His research interests include SHRM and HR technology adoption. So now I request Dr. Suryanarayan Iyer for taking his session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bhaskar Bhai. Thank you, BMA, for this wonderful opportunity. Let me share my slides. Are you all able to see my slides? Just a quick confirmation.
Yes, we can see the slide.
Perfect.
Yes,
Perfect. And it was a wonderver session. I think Mr. Rajesh brought out those 5 lessons extremely well, and I'm going to use those same examples whenever I find it relevant, because that builds the effectiveness of the entire learning experience, right? So, 2 strategic questions that we will discuss today, and particularly in this world of uncertainty, and where the businesses are about rethinking their strategies. I think the fundamental questions that come to our mind is, how do we continue to maintain a sustained competitive advantage in all this change that is happening? And second, how do you build resilience to that? So I think there are 2 things to it. One is building a competitive advantage to sustain that. And second is to build resilience. And that example of Byju's and that advertising example was so relevant, actually. One was obviously, the product should speak for itself, and if the product is good, it's not. But then it's always about the fact that, you did your advertisement, you came to that, you got the name and fame, but did you have a good product? Were you able to sustain the competitive advantage that you got? And I think that is where the challenge lies. So one is that, and obviously when change continues to come, I need to build that resilience to keep bouncing back. I think these are the 2 fundamental questions. And let's see, while I'll give examples, I'll relate to the old examples. We'll try to see some of the frameworks and some of the strategies that organizations can employ to come out of this. But first of all, let's go to the VUCA world, right? And I know everybody has read this, so I'm not going to go detail into what is VUCA, but essentially it stands for volatility. So where we're saying, the nature and the speed of change is happening, right? Change is always imminent, change is always constant, but actually in recent times, the speed of change is extremely high. There's a lot of uncertainty, right? There's a little lack of predictability. What is going to happen tomorrow? What is going to happen day after tomorrow? We don't know. Was it the case 20 years back, 30 years back? Yes, it was. But then the extent of unpredictability has gone up, right? So much so that, from an HR point of view, I will speak, the skills that we are teaching in our colleges today may probably be irrelevant by the time the people pass out. That's the kind of context we're talking about. There is a multitude of forces with the globalization in various aspects. So the complexity around that increases. And obviously, with all this uncertainty, there is ambiguity. And leadership is always about leading in this VUCA world. Now, there are 5 imperatives that go as a part of this. And I think those examples, what was discussed earlier, as what fit into this, right? The first one is changing customer expectations, right? So Rajesh Bhai spoke about the banking experience, right? And he spoke about the fact that how the entire expectation of the customer has now changed with the internet banking. I'm adding one part to it, right? With technology now, with disruptive technologies now, we're able to personalize the services to the customer, right? So the customer expectations now, while there is a variety of products and while there is a standardization, extent of standardization is extremely high, the level of expectation of personalized services is also extremely high. That's the first part, right? And that's the first example I'm relating to. The second is the shortening product and business cycles. And this was the Apple example, right? How do you kill yourself to remain in business? How do you shorten your product and business life cycles to reduce the inertia associated to your business and be competitive always? And the Apple example was a perfect case of that. The third one is a little different. There is a shift of wealth from west to east, right? Right? India, Brazil, China, the purchasing power of people in these places have increased. So much so that investment is now flowing here. The amount of investment that you see from the west towards the eastern countries is extremely high. And that actually, while there's an opportunity, it also builds the level of uncertainty and ambiguity associated to static things that we used to face earlier. Then the geopolitical uncertainty. I don't need to talk about it, but currently, as we speak, there is a turmoil happening in the world, right? And a majority of them, and there are two parts to this geopolitical uncertainty. One is the entire wave towards protectionism and nationalism that is increasing, and so much so that, I mean, I was reading one of the articles, and they said that, what Russia is doing now is probably an aftermath of an old nationalism story that happened. Right, wrong, I don't know. But then there is certain truth in the fact that the nationalism and protectionism is going in. This is one angle. And so obviously the associated risks and uncertainties that come there. The second is the pandemic itself. And you all know, right? I mean, the pandemic has not only challenged the large business houses who have the funds, but the amount of impact that has created to smaller businesses, the amount of impact that has created to daily wage earners is tremendous. And that is another angle that we're talking about. And the last one is technology disruption. Technology has come in a big way. All these examples of, online banking, online shopping, everything that has been possible, profiling your customer, using technology big time, is now actually determining the way the world is moving. And it is moving at such a fast pace that you really don't know what you're walking into. So given this background of what's a VUCA world, obviously, it's important that we also discuss some of the strategies that we need to look at to be able to face this. And my entire context of discussion today is this, like, given this VUCA world, how do we continue to have a sustained competitive advantage? Given this VUCA world, how do you build the resilience to manage change, right? Now, this is again the three parts to it. From a strategy point of view, it's a three-dimensional thing. You always, typical differentiation businesses will go in external view. You say that, let me look at an external environment, let me compare it with the external, and then focus on that. But this is one way of looking at it. The second view is the internal view, to say, I have my strengths, I have my people, I have my managerial capabilities, systems, and processes. I am my own competition, right? I mean, that was the example that was given. I am my own competition, and let me be ahead of business, right? So that is the second view. And there is a third view, to say that, yes, there is, I have to remain fit with the external world. I have to have my internal strength, but I also have to create an expectation within my organization that change will be imminent, change will be faster. And I have to create a set of people, a set of resources, a set of what we call as dynamic capabilities, which will continuously allow me to be ahead of the curve. So these are the three views from a strategy point of view. And depending on the situation, organizations use this, right? I mean, so Apple would take a particular view in a particular context. Byju's would take a particular view in a particular context. Startups, for that matter, would look at an emergent view more. And we will go further into that. So look, there are 5 imperatives that we will talk about today, right? I'll spend 3-4 minutes on each imperative. The first imperative that I believe, which will help us take on the challenges of the VUCA world, is to build an entrepreneurial mindset. And I'll explain to you what is the entrepreneurial mindset. Right? It's about challenging status quo. It's about managing with what we have. The second is a learning organization. And typically, when we see that we say we are a learning organization, our idea typically goes into the fact that, as an organization, I'm learning from experience. And that is one part of it. But I think learning is about co-creation, and it's about co-creating with the environment. So learning with the competition, learning with customer, learning with the supplier, learning with everybody is the context that we're talking about. And if you were to do that, and if you were to drive change, then it's about me building those enduring capabilities that are not constant, that allow me to create a set of resources, which are people, man, money, machine, material, whatever, but then be able to embrace change. And the last is the associated systems, processes, policies, and the structures that allow me to have this kind of a mindset. Let's quickly go into each of these. The first one, how do I build an entrepreneurial mindset? Now, there are two concepts here. One is a causation concept, and the other is an effectuation concept. Causation says that I have unlimited resources available with me, and it is the goal that matters. And once I have the goal, I need to find out that what are the resources required, and I fulfill it. Effectuation is a different thing. Effectuation says there are never unlimited resources available to you. You have to make do with what you have, but at the same time, continue to excel, right? And that is the mindset that we need to build. So that is causation. This is effectuation. Now, how does that differ, right? A starting point, and this is a mindset thing that I'm talking about, is saying the starting point needs to shift from a goal orientation to a means orientation. So you will always have a situation that you have that many means, that many resources, and that many contacts, and you took on that. So effectuation of the VUCA imperative is a change of mindset to say, can I move away with the approach that, I define my goals, define what resources are required, and then do it? Probably you have to look the flip side and say, these are the resources that are available to me. What can I achieve? What's practical? And then take it small pieces at a time. And that's what the startups do. The second one is a risk perception. Risk perceptions have to move in addition to risk adjusted expected returns to affordable loss. We can't be not looking at affordable loss. So I can take loss, but how much of loss can I take? So effectuation or a startup or an entrepreneurial mindset also focuses on affordable loss. The third, now this is very, very critical. How do I look at outsiders? In a normal MBA approach, causation approach, I would look at everybody as a potential competitor. Right? So to essentially say that if I share my secrets with them, if I talk about my products, my technology, if I go around in the market, then I would essentially have people copying me, and I see them as potential competitors. But in a VUCA world, you can't do that. We have to look at everybody as a potential partner. This goes back to that point, right? To say that I am not in the business of selling products. I am in the business of serving my customer. Now, if it means that there are 5 stakeholders that are required to serve my end customer, I have no other business but to partner and deliver that. Now, that is the other, and that's how you build the effectuation route. Attitude towards contingency. A causation looks at avoidance, to say, let us avoid. So earlier strategies used to be, oh, there is a contingency, there is a problem that can happen, there's a constraint, let us avoid it. The effectuation way of looking at it is to say, I want to look at it as an opportunity. That is where a new idea gets generated. That's where a new opportunity comes up. That's where a new product gets birthed. That's where a new services gets. And that's the change in mindset. And lastly, forecast is not quote on partner. It is about questioning the business models that we have. It's about questioning the way we do and look at a view of the future. Now, this is the first part of the fact, to say that I am moving my mindset from a causation mindset to an effectuation mindset, toward a startup mentality or towards an entrepreneurial mindset. That's the first thing that is important. So this is a nice graph, and I'll spend the effectuation route. Say that, you have to look at your bird in hand. Who we are, what we know, whom we know, right? I mean, this is our resources. What can we do, right? What can we not do? Affordable loss. And then be ready for surprises. You will always have a situation that you might have a windfall, and you might always have a situation that you go into bankruptcy. And that's the readiness, change mindset that is important. That is what will, and this is not, and I'm not saying this, that, if you are a startup only, you need to do this. I think large businesses also need to look at this. It's the inertia of large business houses which actually need to look at this approach very seriously. So hence, it's about saying that I will then look beyond my organization, build those stakeholder commitments to drive new means and new goals. And the new means will become my new sources of resources. And my new goals will again bring me back my co-created constraints, because when I set a new joint goal with my partner, I would obviously be bringing in competition. So there is a constraint that I create for myself in that approach. But then that's the give and take that goes, right? And that's what helps you build and go into new markets, right? So that's the co-creation mindset that was important. The second piece is about creating a learning organization. And here we are talking about, when I say the behavioral perspective, right? And what are we talking about a learning organization? Learning organization is about people being ready to share tacit knowledge, be able to convert tacit knowledge into explicit knowledge. It's very easier said than done. Organizations have tried their best, and a majority of these exercises on converting tacit knowledge to explicit knowledge goes for a toss, right? And some of the reasons why it doesn't happen, there's a lot of research that has happened here, and the behavioral perspective actually says that if you really want to do knowledge exchange and drive firm performance, then it is important to create a social climate. And the social climate of shared values, trust, cooperation. Now, again, it is very easier said because it's about signaling. Now, this social climate is not necessarily within the organization. It's a social climate of myself as an organization, but also my stakeholder. Social climate with my customers, social climate with my competitors, social climate with my suppliers, social climate with my entire value chain. Now, how do I do that? You do that through what we call as signaling. How do I signal my intent? I signal my intent through my policies, through my systems, my process, my structures and technologies. If I create heavy structures, if I create bureaucratic structures, then I am actually not creating a social climate. My systems, the simplicity of the systems and the ease with which people are able to experience the system, be it a financial process, be it a customer facing process, be it a procurement process, be it a people facing process, any process, or for that matter, the technologies that I invest in, right? How abreast I am with technology, how much of change that I am ready to bring in, how much of disruption I am ready to bring into the organization, right? And how do I take people along when the disruption happens? These are all signaling. So eventually, it is about signaling. That creates a social climate. That creates knowledge exchange and harmful exchange. So a learning organization is about those examples. And I think the examples of Apple that was given, right? It was a very typical example of how they create a learning organization. Even the example of Amazon. It was, what was the point? The point was, I am in the business of making information available to you for you to be able to take a good decision, right? Now, first of all, to do that, I have to create that trust for people to believe that the information is correct for being able to make that decision. And I think that is where the learning organization sits in. So that is why I said it's a co-creation. Both the mindset, entrepreneurial mindset, and the learning organization is actually a co-creation between yourself as an organization and the entire stakeholders. So essentially, then the third point, and this is the third point I'm bringing to, right? If I were to build a learning organization, if I were to create a kind of an entrepreneurial mindset, then I also have to create skills that are dynamic in nature. So development of static skills are passé. Enduring capabilities is what we need to build. And there are some examples here, right? I mean, the individual adoption of technologies has become so much that value creation today is creating more impact than a cost minimization. So while there was this the example of banking that was given, right, by Rajesh, and I'll keep going back to the example because it helps relate, right? Is that the cost went down and the experience went up. Trust me, and I mean we can do this research. Trust me, this is my own feeling, that you go and talk to people and say what is more important to you. Was the cost in the internet banking, was the cost part more significant or the experience part more important? As an individual, I can say I think the value came more from the experience that I have of internet banking than the cost considerations for the organization. So for me as a stakeholder, it is the experience that matters, right? And hence that is where the value creation and empowerment of the customer has happened. We are moving away from standardization. It is no longer one size fits all. It's about the choices that people have. So brand loyalty takes a hit. Whoever gives me the right services, people will move there. It's about hyper personalization. I want to be suggested. So that example that you gave, right? The buyer, linear buyer to the non-linear shopping. In the non-linear shopping, how many of you would have encountered this, right? And measures it. In the last 10 days, based on your shopping experience, we find that these are the 4 products that you could be buying. This might be of interest to you, right? Or they might say that people who are like you would have bought this. Now, what has it done? It has actually done a profiling. It has done a personalization. Now, whether it is accurate or not is a different issue, but we are using technologies to personalize services and product choices for individuals. Then obviously, if I have to do the HR angle to that, is then move it, and I can't then afford people to be trained on skills, right? I need now context inclusion. If I want to bring in personalization, then I have to do a customer context there. I can't have a general product skills training. I have to bring in a customer context. And that is why the dynamism increases. Because the moment the customer context comes, the entire VUCA around the learning experience increases. The entire VUCA about what skills you create for futures increases. And that is why we move towards context inclusion. And then the capabilities that we build are towards enduring capabilities. Because the rest of the standard fit AI, ML, artificial intelligence and ML will be able to do it. They will be able to do the scientific jobs better. But it is of those enduring capabilities which an Alexa or Siri cannot do, right? And what are those? They are curiosity, imagination, creativity, empathy, resilience. Now, these have to be cultivated through deliberate and inadvertent experiences. If you do it in a conscious, people will, if you do it in an advertent manner, people become conscious and the learning will suffer. So the entire journey of how do you build enduring and dynamic capabilities to create a learning organization and to be able to drive an entrepreneurial mindset becomes extremely important. So that was the third piece. I'll just move on with this. I spoke about it. The fourth, and which is where the entire fundamental structure lies, right? Where we are talking about a network organization, which essentially means that if I want to bring in flexibility, if I want to bring in agility, correct? then I have to have a mix of specialization and generalization, right? No longer the standard functional structures or divisional structures are being looked at. What is the reality for us? We have a customer, connected customer. Customers in themselves are connecting, forming converts, and they are forming those communities to demand services from. So hence, service economy is what we are moving towards, and these services are complex to deliver. So the key for organization lies in adaptation. And how do I adapt? I adapt by not creating structures that are inflexible or rigid, but I want to create structures that are flexible in nature. And network structure, this is an example of a network structure where they call it a modular organization. And you will always have the core functions here, but then there are those pods that we talk about. Now, what are those pods? The pods are basically pools of specialists who are available, who learn continuously, who interact inorganically, internally and externally, who are ready to experiment all the time, build agility with the Keynes-Horman says of purpose. Now, you might ask me how the operationalization of this actually works. And I'll actually tell you, we used to have modular structures in the past. You know, if you go back to the railways or you go back to the old factories, we used to have these maintenance gangs, right? Each gang will have a particular team. But eventually they will all be a team of specialists. So there will be a core team which will always be there, but then there will be these teams, specialist teams, which are there as gangs. And they will all get together for a particular project and move away. Now you might say, oh, project structures, we do that. I mean, in project-based organization, we do that. Yes, project-based organizations do that. And that is now becoming the increasing order of the day, with specialization coming in and building flexibility and agility. There is also this other thing about, how do you bring ties? We always used to have that myth saying that, collaboration is about building strong ties. As long as you have very strong ties, there is a cultural fit, organizations will grow. Yes, the answer is yes. But when change is so fast, sometimes the stronger fits create those shells of outer shells which are so strong that it becomes the ideation or innovation is not able to seep in, and hence the need actually for creating some subdivisions in the organization which are weak ties. Because when there are weak ties, they don't form opinions. They don't say, it doesn't happen here. This is the way it happens here. So we want a set of organizations within an organization which say, you know what, we're open to change. And the pods actually allow you to create that small spaces of weak links. So a combination of these strong links and weak links give you a mix of stability and the entry level to newer ideas. And that is what is the whole idea of modular structures. And obviously, all the four that I talked about, whether it was the entrepreneurial mindset, whether it was creating a learning organization, whether it was building enduring capabilities or creating the network structure, all of this is possible only if we are ready to structurally transform ourselves to a digital transformation network. Now digital, and I said, let's not forget digital transformation. And I know most of you know about it. It is not about technology. It is only about mindset. Right? And there are 5 things that actually go into this entire journey of how do you do a digital transformation. Let me quickly do this. 30 minutes is not enough to even cover this one slide, but I'll quickly run through this. It's about radically rethinking the business model, which essentially means old ways of working. I have to unlearn, say no to will not work here syndrome. And that is a mindset change that we need to bring. So we always used to have that myth saying that, older generation can't work with technology. Trust me, my father is the biggest user of WhatsApp and NetBank. I'm talking about my father's generation. My generation itself is at a retirement period. So you can imagine my father is 84 years old and he's so active on it. So it's not about will not work here syndrome. It's about the mindset that matters. The second is it's about the outcome orientation. The process is important, but outcome. So look at it both from a business and a customer point of view. Right? Go and go back to that. We are not in the business of selling products, because when you are in the business of selling products, then you're only talking about the business orientation. The moment you say that I'm in the business of customer experience, I'm in the business of providing information to a customer to make a decision, the outcome orientation has changed. Third, harness the power of AI, data. Data governance is extremely important, right? All of this can happen only if your data is clean, is sufficient and timely. Then the power of AI works, right? The power of AI works. And I always say this. I mean, people ask me this question: is AI going to replace humans? It's not going to replace humans. It's helping you to triangulate. It's helping you to look at things that you probably were not even looking at it. Unsupervised learning allows you to look at things that you probably not even thinking about. So it's a nudge that is important. Eventually, the decision making is still with us, but it's a nudge that is important. And that is why the judiciousness of what we want to let go to an Alexa or a Siri is what is important, right? And it's a journey. Today, we might be letting go a couple of things, like, I know the customer churn analysis is given to the computer, or forecasting an employee attrition is given to the machines, or telling me, prescriptive learning is given to the machines. But what is probably not given to the machines is the actual selling experience, right? Or customer acquisition experience, or for that matter, from an employee point of view, the entire thing of how do you do careers and succession planning for people? How do you do performance assessments? Now, those are the things which are not let go. There might be a time when we will have to let go. So the question is, what do we let go and how much to let go? As I said, it is about triangulation. It is about nudges. The better we use it, the transformation. And again, it's a mindset issue. The fourth one is the point that whenever you're going for any of these kinds of things, I said, you fundamentally rethink the business model. You can't fit in old processes, old technologies, old systems into a radically thought new model. We have to unlearn, we'll have to scrap the existing, and we'll always have to be ready for an integrated end-to-end approach, which links with one above. And the last one is a project management approach. You might have heard about agile methodologies, where you say that, you don't follow a step-by-step approach, but you actually go parallel on multiple tracks. There is an addition to that. We're saying that within that also try to do a low-hanging, high impact, high business impact use cases, because that is what is going to build the interest towards the project on one side. The second is the change is so constant that you have to move in terms of implementation also at equal speed. You can't say that, my buying of technologies or changing my systems, on paper is going to be fast, but the fact that when I'm implementing or adopting, then the problem starts, right? So it's about the high impact use case approach of low hanging, high business impact things. And finally, as I say, the entire digital transformation is not about technology, it's about mindset. So with this, I'm ending my session, where in summary, as I said, it is the VUCA world and there is change that is happening. We discussed the forces of change. We said that in this VUCA world, there are two key concerns that are important. How do I continue to have a sustained competitive advantage, and how do I build resilience? And we said that, there are 5 key pillars to this entire thing. It's about driving an entrepreneurial mindset. It's about creating a learning organization that of social climate that people are able to share, suppliers are able to share, customers are able to share, and you create a learning organization. And hence, it's about building those enduring capabilities that not take care of today, but also future and any surprise that come. And obviously, to do all of that, you need an organization structure which is flexible and agile, and hence modular network organizations are more important. The strength of weak ties comes into picture. And all of these 4 can happen seamlessly if it is backed by a digital transformation mindset. So that's all I had, and I'm open to questions. Over to you, Sagar bhai.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Iyer. It's wonderful, but as planned, we would go to the third speaker because limitation of time.
Right.
But surely we look forward to question on the chat box. Over to MOC for the third speaker introduction, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Now moving with our third speaker. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Moving forward with our third speaker, Mr. Chinmay Nayak, Director, Transaction Advisory, KC Mehta and Company, Vadodara. Chinmay Nayak is a chartered accountant and a certified master in business finance by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He comes with over 11 years of experience in transaction advisory and assurance services. Prior of joining KC Mehta and Company in April 2018, Chinmay was a part of assurance and advisory function at global consulting firms such as Deloitte, KPMG, and Grant Thornton. His transaction advisory role include financial and commercial due diligence, business plan reviews, vendor assistance, business valuation, transaction structuring, and negotiations and corporate finance services. Now, I request Mr. Chinmay Nayak to taking his session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, BMA, for the wonderful introduction. It's a pleasure being over here in this session. I'll quickly share my screen. I hope it's visible now. Yeah. Is it visible? Just if anyone can confirm.
Yes.
Yeah, it's visible. Please proceed.
Perfect. Sure. Thank you. Great. Yeah. So first of all, thank you, Baroda Management Association for having me over here and giving me such a wonderful topic, an exciting topic to express my views and discuss with peers. Differentiate or die, legacy hardly matters. So basically, there are two aspects to it. One aspect, of course, being around innovating, differentiating, diversifying your businesses, your mindset, or else face the risk of dying or perishing in the business and corporate world. That is the first aspect to it. Second aspect to it is not sitting on to your business laurels, always trying to innovate, trying to build upon your business legacy by differentiating, of course, so that business reaches newer heights. So that is how I have kind of focused on on my talk over the next 20 to 25 minutes. Largely the agenda and key takeaways out of this session is going to be the first aspect being of evolving or differentiating, and by not doing it, facing the risk of dying or perishing. I have kept the entire session with some live examples, with some live cases of companies, the way they have done business in the past, the way they have grown, a few failures as well. So basically, just to keep it more kind of interesting and real life, I've tried to cover it through cases and actual how companies have actually performed by diversifying or innovating. So that's the first aspect. Second aspect is going to be around how to build upon a business legacy by not being complacent, by not being sitting on your laurels, how to differentiate, how real life businesses have done that, and what's next going forward. That's basically the third aspect, where a major upheaval is happening across sectors, the way businesses were done over the last few decades and the way business is going to be done going forward. What are those opportunities and challenges that businesses face? And finally, we have talked a lot about startups. So basically, there is one piece on startups versus the grown-ups, as I may call it, how the startups are giving run for their money to the behemoths of the corporate world, and why startups are absolutely relevant today to challenge business models. Having said that, I'll first of all start with a very developed market, United States of America being a very developed market. What I have done over here is I have given a comparison of where the top companies, the top 7 or 8 companies by market cap were back in 2001, 20 years ago, immediately after the IT or the .com bubble, as one may call it, burst in the year 2000. So where such businesses were in 2001, and which are the top companies by market cap in a developed market like United States today in 2021. So how the shift has happened over the last 20 years is what I'm trying to show over here. And then of course, I'll take up a few cases out of this, which company did well, which did not, and why the shift has happened over the last 20 years, the way it has happened. So back then in 2001, you see names like General Electric, which is a conglomerate, Cisco Systems, a networking hardware company, ExxonMobil, again, an oil and gas energy giant, Pfizer happens to be a healthcare giant, Microsoft into software services, Walmart largely into physical retail services, And then we have Citigroup into the banking and financial services space. And we had Intel, of course, the microprocessor chip company that we all know of. So these were essentially the top 7 or 8 companies by market cap back then in 2001. And we can apparently see the shift happening from 2001 to 2021. Most of these names, as typically we call it FAMGA or FANG stocks, which includes your Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Tesla, Nvidia now, and Berkshire Hathaway, of course, the giant owned by none other than Warren Buffett. One key theme that comes out of this is most of these stocks, if not all, are technology stocks, right? So most of these companies are technology companies, which had just come out of a tech bubble boom out of 2000. Except for Microsoft, you don't see any name continuing over here. Over the 20 years that have gone by, only a company like Microsoft has been able to retain its position amongst the top valued companies in a developed market like United States. Otherwise, all the other companies have ceded their market share, market cap to technology stocks largely. And I think we have heard a lot about Apple, Amazon, their business models. I'll still touch upon when we move forward with the session. But the key theme that I wanted to show by way of this comparison is that technology has kind of replaced the industrials in terms of the segments that the market or the investors or the businesses look forward to. That was the key theme that I want to express over here. Something similar I've tried to do for India piece as well. I've tried to gather the key companies, the largest companies by market cap in India back then in 2001. Try to compare it with the biggest companies by market cap in 2021. Essentially, we do see some common names over here, and I'll tell you the reason of that happening as well as we move forward. Largely back in 2001, it was Hindustan Lever, a consumer goods company, Wipro, a conglomerate at that point of time, of course, largely driven by the IT services space. Then there was Reliance Industries. Again, back in 2001, Reliance Industries was purely an oil to petrochemical company. There was no Jio, there was no Reliance Retail, nothing at all back then. There was Infosys, of course, an IT services company. ONGC, Indian Oil, again, majorly because of their nexus with the oil and gas or the energy space. Then there was ITC, essentially a tobacco company. And there was State Bank of India. So these were the top valued companies by market cap back then in 2001. In 2021, 20 years forward, and we still see Reliance Industries over here, not because of Reliance Industries only a oil to petchem company anymore. Reliance Industries is more of digital services now, is more of consumer goods now, is more about the Jios and the Reliance Retails and the Jio Marts of the world. Reliance is also venturing into new age energies and green energies now. So that is the theme with which Reliance has charted out its future. You see Tata Consultancy Services over here, which was not there 20 years ago. You see Infosys over here. It has been able to retain its share as an IT service major. But you see Wipro has vanished. You can't see Wipro amongst the top 10 or at least the top 20 valued companies in India anymore. And I'll come to it why this shift has happened. Then you see HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, who have overtaken State Bank of India. State Bank of India happens to be the oldest public sector bank in India, but you see the likes of HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank overtaking SBI to become more valuable in terms of the market cap that the investors and the business fraternity looks at. Then there is, of course, Hindustan Lever has been able to retain its share. And the new addition happens to be HDFC, again, largely into housing development and finance. So one key aspect over here that comes out is, unlike the developed market of United States, you see in the Indian market, there is a well diversified mix of sectors that you see. In United States, we typically saw 6 out of 7 were technology companies. In India, yes, there are two technology companies. There are a few consumer goods companies. There are financial companies and banks, of course, over here. The point over here, why we have been able to differentiate from a developed market like US is because the sheer size of the market itself. India, a country of 130 crore people, that is precisely the reason why you are seeing such a diversification across the market cap. When you talk about the top companies in India, all of these companies are vying for the customer share, the large customer base that India has to offer. All of these companies are slowly, gradually becoming household names, right? So 20 years ago, you would have never cared, okay, what Reliance does and how am I going to get impacted by Reliance. But today, I think most of us use Jio either through your telecom or either through your broadband as a network. Most of us use Jio Mart or something like a Reliance Retail or a Reliance Fresh. Similarly, talking about the banks, the HDFC banks or ICICI banks of the world, including SBI now. I think SBI has also evolved, though late. Even SBI realized that it's high time that we need to evolve with the business culture, with the consumer culture that has been changing. And all of these companies now directly or indirectly have direct touch points with us, which was definitely not there 20 years ago when you see all these names over there. So essentially, that was the key theme that I was trying to drive over here. So ultimately, these companies want to have a share of pie and want to acquire customer at the bottom of the pyramid. The sheer size of the market, the 1.3 billion people that we are talking about in India, that is where their target is. And that is precisely the reason why they are over here as a top valued market cap companies. Some notable shifts that have occurred over the last 1 or 2 decades, which was apparent from the shift that we saw a few slides ago. Essentially, Nokia, I think one of the example of not innovating or perishing is Nokia as an example. At one point of time, Nokia commanded more than 40% of the world market share of mobile phones. Today, it's not even in single digits, right? Nokia absolutely failed to innovate and survive the smartphone revolution that happened in the late 2000s. Right? Nokia, though it was a pioneer in handsets when it started, ultimately the likes of Apple and Samsung took over because they innovated well, because they were agile enough to offer something, some value proposition to customers, which Nokia did not feel to be relevant at that point of time. And because of that lack of failure to innovate is what caused the downfall of Nokia. We see General Electric. You saw General Electric was the most valuable company in the world back in 2001. Today, it's not there even amongst the top 50. It was a darling of Dow Jones Industrial Action, DJIA as one may call it in United States. Today, it's in shatters. Surprisingly, General Electric was founded by Thomas Edison, the gentleman who invented light bulbs. It ruled for over a century in stock markets. It continued to be, on top of the Dow Jones Index for almost a century. It had to face tough times during the 2008 financial crisis that happened, largely because of the debt trap. Again, just one word of caution over here. While diversification has always been something which has helped to minimize or mitigate your risks, over diversification with not proper funding linkage is what has caused the failure of General Electric. They did diversify across aviation, healthcare, power, oil and gas, financials. But the one key theme that is missing over here is technology. Had that one additional diversification happened towards technology, and had the funding not being overfunded through debt, if these two things were taken care of back then over the when it was at its helm back in 2001, it would have been a different story. But so be it. That's what the learning comes out of, that yes, diversification is good, but over diversification by falling into a debt trap is absolutely not good. Talking about ITC, again, one of the giants in India back then in 2001. Today, while ITC is still struggling to transform itself from being a tobacco company to getting into consumer goods and hospitality businesses, they have got ample of hotels. They are into now consumer goods through their brands, Sunface, etc. But still, major chunk of revenue for ITC, in fact, more than 70% of revenue for ITC comes from the tobacco business, which is not considered to be sustainable anymore going forward. People are becoming health conscious now. People realize that that is not going to be the future of businesses anymore. So while ITC is striving to innovate and diversify, it has absolutely not caught up with the peers. Talking about Wipro now, why did Wipro lose its market share when back in 2001 where it was, to while even right now in the current day, it is still amongst the top 4 IT companies in India. Back then it was number 1, today it is number 4. Even the likes of HCL Technologies have taken over Wipro recently. So what did Wipro get wrong over here? I think complacency. The way companies like TCS and Infosys grew, the way they acquired customers, the way they ventured into the digital businesses, the upcoming technologies, I think Wipro failed to innovate over there. The pace of growth that Wipro saw was much slower than the peers like TCS and Infosys, even HCL Technologies for that matter, which has now taken over or basically overtaken Wipro in terms of the market cap and market share. Again, a standard example of while innovation is important, going to market and the speed to market or the time to market is equally important. While Wipro has grown, no doubt about it, but it has not grown with the pace at which its peers did. That was essentially the reason why you are not seeing Wipro amongst the top 10 or top 20 most valued companies in India today. Another classic example of BSNL, a household name. Few decades ago, when we talk about telephones, it was BSNL, right? So again, the way we are seeing today, it is on the verge of winding up, facing severe financial stress. Reason, failure to innovate. It was amongst the pioneer in terms of telephone technologies, broadbands, even the way they started. But then it was just a matter of time when the likes of Airtel and Jio and Vodafone took over, and BSNL was caught napping. That was essentially the reason why you don't see or hear BSNL anymore, and maybe it's just hardly a few years left for BSNL into this market, and you'll never hear that name going forward. The likes of ExxonMobil, ONGC, IOCL, which were amongst the top 10 market cap companies back then in India and United States, on the back of the boom in fossil fuels at that point of time, which no longer is considered to be a sustainable source of energy anymore. People are switching from fossil fuels to green energy sources. Essentially, this theme is what is driving the shift in the market leadership in energy companies as well. That is precisely the reason why we don't see the names of ExxonMobil or ONGC or IOCL amongst the top valued companies in these markets anymore. I'll quickly move on to the next aspect around the shifts that have happened. So first aspect was around, why differentiating or why innovating is absolutely important, and what happened to those corporates who did not innovate at the right pace. Now I would want to focus more on the building of the business legacies that have been established. So while complacency would ultimately lead to downfall or slower growth, these are some of the names who have actually used business legacy to their advantage. Apparent shift, as we saw and as I spoke a while ago, between technology and industrials. As they say, data is the new oil. What companies were doing in the oil and gas space and in the energy space, conventional energy space a few decades ago, the same disruption is being caused by data. And when I say data includes all your big data, in terms of all your digital technologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, data security. So that is what has been taking over the industrial space over the last few decades. And to move one step forward, I don't say industrial space is not going to survive, but only those in the industrial space are going to survive who are able to integrate technology into their business models. People have already started moving towards integrating robotics and AI and ML into manufacturing. That is the future of manufacturing going forward if you want to achieve lean manufacturing and large scale manufacturing going forward. If India has dreamt of being a manufacturing hub, taking the share from China is going to be difficult if we don't integrate it with robotics and the technology. Sheer manpower in manufacturing or being labor intensive in manufacturing is not going to help India anymore. A specific theme that we saw between Walmart and Amazon. You saw Walmart as one of the most valued companies back then, vis-a-vis Amazon right now, who has taken over a large chunk of e-commerce space. But Amazon is not just about e-commerce. The real profits from Amazon, while of course revenue, e-commerce is the biggest revenue generating stream for Amazon, But the profits that Amazon has been making is not coming out of the e-commerce business, but it's coming out of the cloud business or the Amazon Web Service that we hear of. Amazon initially started with purely being an e-commerce company. Slowly, gradually, it's ventured into logistics, wherein it started housing goods of sellers. And that's what the Amazon Seller Services as a concept came up, largely being done even in India. Amazon has moved towards OTT. Now we have Amazon Prime, right? Which was not thought about back then when Amazon started with e-commerce. And now Amazon is also into payments platform. You have Amazon Pay as well. This was essentially the reason, the threat that Walmart saw back there in the West, which was precisely led to Walmart's acquisition of Flipkart in India. And like I mentioned, all of these people are buying the second biggest market in the world, as I may call it. Walmart saw that opportunity from Flipkart coming out of getting a pie of the biggest market, the second biggest market in the world, and the biggest democracy in the world, as I may call it. That was precisely the reason why Walmart ended up acquiring Flipkart. Apple, a notable name, a household name today. But back then, when Apple was struggling, back in the late 90s, when initially Steve Jobs was kicked out of the company and then ultimately he was recalled back to innovate and to get the company back on track. Apple launched iPhone only back in 2007. Initially, Apple started with the Macintosh operating system as the business. It then slowly, gradually moved on to iPod, the music instrument. Then it moved on to iPhone only back in 2007. Then, of course, other things like iPad and wearables. Now we have Apple Watch. Now we have Siri and the iCloud services. So there is a visible revenue shift happening even in case of Apple, back from operating system, being an operating system company, to now a large share coming from iPhones and a very growing share coming from the iCloud services space as well. So essentially, this is to justify the business shifts that have happened, the segments that Apple has switched from time to time. Apple, I think somewhere we just heard Mr. Iyer speak about, looking at your competitors. I mean, not to look at your competitors purely as competitors, but being like your partners. Essentially, this is what Apple did back in '97 when it was on the verge of bankruptcy. Apple joined hands with Microsoft. Microsoft literally bailed out Apple back in '97, not fearing the risk of being taken over by a competitor, but Steve Jobs believing in himself and his company, the culture, the technologies that they were going to build. And that is how Apple survives today, and Apple has beaten Microsoft in terms of the market share or even the market cap that as we see today. Some similar examples in India, the Reliance Group, the Tata Group. You don't see Reliance anymore as an oil to petchem company. It is all over the place. It is in retail, it is in telecom, it is in media. Viacom 18 is group owned by Reliance. It is in e-commerce. Reliance has big plans in life sciences and biotech as well. And it has off late over the last year or so started investing heavily in renewables, in solar, in green energy, in hydrogen, in liquid hydrogen as well. So that is where the shift is going to come. If you want to sustain the market, you cannot sit on your laurels. You cannot just enjoy the fruits that you have reaped in the past. You will have to differentiate, you will have to innovate, and you will have to build upon your business legacy that you have built. Same thing goes for Tata Group as well. I think, there's hardly any business line where Tata Group is not there today, right? So few decades or even centuries ago, when Tata Group really started during the British rule, they started as a trading company, essentially. Then they moved into aviation. Then, of course, metals came, automobiles came. Tata Airlines got converted to Air India back then. Air India was taken over by the government. And then, of course, it has now come back home to the Tata Group after 60 years. So essentially, again, Tata Group has struck the chord. They have diversified well and diversified across growing sectors at particular point of time. Today, the biggest valued company from the Tata Group is Tata Consultancy Services. Right? So that's a technology space. The clear example which I was just trying to suggest a while ago, why GE did diversify, why did it not, end up getting the same value from the investors? This was precisely the reason that the upcoming technology is something which got missed out, which Tata Group has, of course, ensured, and it has, tested and very much, shown right now the way the business has diversified and retained its market share across. One more example is about Samsung. Very few of us may know that Samsung again started as a trading company back in the 50s and 60s, from which it then moved on to consumer goods, then to financial services as well. So back then, Samsung was even owning insurance companies and banking services in Korea. It then went on to white goods electronics, then to semiconductors, before getting into smartphones. So today, when we hear of smartphones, the biggest chunk of revenue for Samsung today comes from smartphones, but that was not the case 30 or 40 years ago. That is how Samsung has diversified itself, invested into upcoming technologies at that particular point of time to find relevance and to stay relevant even today. Across sectors now, a shift is happening. So what I've tried to cover over here is just, again, a few examples, taking up a few sectors. What are the upcoming sunrise sectors, as one may call it? So I just spoke of green energy, which is around the solar, wind, and the hydrogen. The apparent shift that is happening away from fossil fuels, essentially. Automobile space is being disrupted by electric vehicles. We already see electric vehicles now on the roads. That is the future of automobile. In case of telecom, 5G is the future. When we talk about technology, it's all about the data analytics, the cloud computing, the artificial intelligence. That is what is going to lead the world going forward. Real estate has completely, shifted mindset from owning of a real estate to using of shared spaces. That is what is an apparent shift that is happening in the real estate space. People don't want to own up spaces, but they want to be a part of shared spaces. Leasing, of course, happens to be a lower capital intensive as a business model. Retail, of course, going omni-channel, what Mr. Srivastava also suggested during the beginning of the session. It's no longer about just being online or being offline. It's about being omni-channel now. Healthcare apparently moving to e-retail so far as pharmacies are concerned. 3D printing and 3D technologies, 3D surgeries that are happening. Even AI is getting integrated into healthcare. The way surgeries are being done, your surgeon may be sitting back in the US, but the surgery is happening in India live. Healthcare is moving towards biotechnology. Restaurants are moving from physical spaces again to cloud kitchen, and that is one biggest key takeaway learning out of the lockdowns that we faced over the last 2 years because of COVID, when there were severe restrictions and restaurants were not able to operate. That is where they pivoted and shifted to cloud kitchens as a business model. Education has been going into e-learning, and I really feel that schools or physical schools or colleges are definitely going to feel threatened going forward, because nowadays attending a school or attending a college has just been limited to obtaining a certificate. Essentially, people are learning everything online, right? And that is where the likes of Byju's and you call Byju's or Upgrade or Simply Learn are making money and even finding so much favor from investors. As one of you just asked a question as well around why Byju's and all are getting so much of funding, because that is where the future of learning is. That is where investors see value. That is where, and majority of that chunk of investment that again goes into customer acquisition. Like I mentioned, owning a big market share in a country like India with 1.3 billion people is not going to be simple. If you want to be big, you will have to invest big. You will have to acquire customers. There will be a fierce competition in acquiring customers, and that is where all the money is going. Neo-banking, a new concept again. Neo-banking is something where there will be no physical branches at all. Neo-banking as a concept has proven its worth in Singapore and in the Western countries. And going forward, you may see this as a theme catching up in India as well. You will soon see banking companies offering all banking solutions only online. They will never have any physical branches. They will cut down big time on the investment in physical branches. All the services, may it be lending, may it be making deposits, may it be making payments, even insurance and other financial products, the marketing of it is all going to happen online. Neo banking is something which is going to be the next key thing so far as BFSI as a sector is concerned. And in media and telecom, again, OTT or the over the top, the likes of Netflix and Amazon Prime got a big impetus over the last 2 years. When COVID happened, people hardly go to theaters anymore. In fact, I have not been to a theater ever since COVID happened. This shift apparently may just continue for a longer term. That apparent shift which is happening in the media and entertainment space as well. Quickly on the right hand side, what I have plotted is the mindset that is being shifting. The entrepreneur mindset, which was initially tied up to owning of physical assets, being into capital intensive businesses, I think that mindset has been changing. People, including entrepreneurs, now value brands more, the IP, the intellectual rights that a business builds rather than the physical assets. That apparent mindset has been happening. People want to do more of contract manufacturing rather than investing themselves upfront into making so big investments and maybe through borrowed capital and getting into a debt trap. Cash-rich companies are deploying means such as acquisitions. They are making strategic investments to acquire peers, to acquire their people on the supply chain, to integrate vertically or horizontally by reducing their time to market. In terms of investing, ESG as a theme, or environment, social and governance as one may call it, this theme is catching up the way business models are valued by investors, largely from West. It still focuses more around the environmental part, the sustainability part, the social impact that businesses have, including on its employees and customers, and the governance practices that are being followed at corporates. I think this ESG as a theme has been catching up big time. And that is where the shift has already started to happen. Businesses are today reinvesting a lot of their earnings back into R&D and upcoming technologies. In fact, one of the KPIs that even the financial world looks at while valuing companies or while doing financial analysis is how much of the profit is plowed back into R&D or upcoming technologies or growth initiatives. That is how companies are going to get evaluated going forward. So apparently, these are some shifts that have already started to happen from an entrepreneurial mindset as well as from the way investors or the markets look at companies. The last part of the session was to focus around the startups versus the grown-ups. Essentially, all these unicorns of the world are giving run for their money to the established names, behemoths. So that is why I call startups as challengers and the behemoths as defenders, or the David versus Goliath as a story, right? Essentially, Flipkart is the darling of e-commerce in India, giving fierce competition to likes of Future Group, DMart, or Reliance Retail back then when it was only physical into retail space. Byju's is giving fierce competition to physical setups like Akash, LN, Resonance, FitG. In fact, Byju's acquired Akash for $1 billion. For a whopping $1 billion, Byju's ended up acquiring Akash, which was established for over 2 decades. The likes of Paytm and PhonePe overtaking or basically giving competition to the likes of Google Pay, Visa, MasterCard, right? MasterCard is facing existential issues now. When ever since the UPI as a payment interface has begun its functions in India. Nykaa, as we saw, is giving fierce competition to the likes of Shopper Stops or Westside or Pantaloons for fashion shopping or fashion retail as it is concerned. Swiggy or Zomato, again, food delivery, people want everything on their mobile, people want everything at their doorstep. That is what is being disrupted by the likes of Swiggy and Zomato. Again, giving fierce competition to Domino's, Pizza Hut, McDonald's, or KFCs, who were initially, starting to get into that feel of a home delivery as a business, as one may call it. Oyo Rooms is disrupting business spaces of budget hotels. So, the likes of Trebo or Ginger or Fab hotels, they are facing fierce competition from Oyo rooms who have disrupted this space completely. Ola Cabs. I think Ola Cabs, when I say Ola Cabs, Ola has three business verticals. One is, of course, the cab part of it. One is the Ola Auto, and one is the Ola Electric, which has just recently come up. So essentially, a big shift in market and a big shift in mindset is happening when you talk about mobility in terms of ownership of mobility to shared mobility. That is where Ola Cabs or likes of Uber have taken over the mindset, largely in metros. Since I stayed in Chennai for almost 2.5 years, largely companies like Ola Cabs or Uber were like a lifeline. I did not even see a need of owning a vehicle myself because these apps were there, or because these services were available handy. And Ola Electric, which is the future of mobility, they are already into two-wheeler electric, and someday we may see them venturing into four-wheeler electric as well. They are again giving fierce competition to the likes of bigger names like Bajaj, Hero, and TVS in this space. And finally, of course, there is PharmEasy or Tata 1mg. Again, 1mg was acquired by Tata recently. These are all online pharmacies, giving, again, a lot of challenges to the established names like Apollo Pharmacy or MedPlus of the world, because that is, again, where the real margin or future of retail pharmacy lies. So essentially, the theme that I was trying to suggest by way of this talk was, number one, if you don't innovate, you are bound to fail, you are bound to perish. If you are innovating, you need to innovate, you need to diversify in the right sense with the right sources of funds. And when we talk about differentiation, I think it's more about diversification and disruption that goes hand in hand. Disruption, again, may not be viewed as a negative term over here. While we are seeing all these names of startups being the top startups, there are more failures in startups than successes, right? So basically what we are seeing are only those successful startups being shown over here. But of course, there are more failures in startups when we talk about startup as a business model. And finally, how to build upon to your business legacies, how our own companies back home like Reliance Group and Tata Group have built upon their legacies and diversified into the right sectors at right points of time. So essentially, that was what I wanted to convey by way of talk. And I guess if we have time, I would be happy to take up some questions. I'm seeing a lot of chats being popped up over here. So maybe over to you, Sagar, if you want to take it up, or maybe I can go one by one.
I think that very well done, but I think looking at MOC, the time looks like up. Unless there are a few questions on the chat box, we can start. Otherwise, we can end the session here. Over to MOC.
Thank you so much, sir. So I request Mr. Sagar Mehta, Head Cambay Unit Hindustan Oil Exploration Company Limited, Vadodara, for concluding our session. Over to you, sir.
No, it was a wonderful session. All the three speakers brought in uniformity in their approach, and that was so unique and extempore. I would not say it was planned, but it was extempore unification. And with that, I would thank the session. Thank you very much. Back to MOC.
So much, sir. So now we cancel our tea break for shortage of time and continuing our next session. For the next session, Mr. Samir Parikh, past President BMA and MD and CEO Naman Integrated Management Services Private Limited, Vadodara, is a moderator for the second session. Mr. Samir Parikh is a founder of Naman HR, one of the most successful and respected HR consulting organization in Western India. Samir has moved ahead and entered into JV with 40 years old global L&D company DD L&T company Doer International with acquisition in USA and JV. He is a member of the Western Region HR Council of CII, past past convener of CII's HR task force in Central Gujarat, past president of Baroda Management Association, trustee of Gujarat Ecology Society and Gujarat Nature Conservation Society, vice president of TIE Vadodara chapter, and is regularly invited by leading social work and management schools. Now I request Mr. Samir Parikh sir for introducing our speaker for the second session, Mr. Suresh Sundar Rajan and Mr. Ashok Jamwar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for this wonderful introduction. I really don't know whether I really deserve that kind of elaborate introduction. I'm part of BMA family. So, I mean, we have some excellent guests here with us as speakers. But nevertheless, many, many thanks. And very happy to be here with the BMA family once again after a few years. It was, I think, during 2012-13 when I had the honor of leading the team at BMA. And I'm very happy to see this, the convention under the overall theme of new rules of business survival. And it's very apt for the current environment, and especially last 4 or 5 days development. It has become even more important to, discuss this topic and to have more light, or to throw more light on different perspective, like the first one, which is on disrupt your business at regular interval and doing business in more extreme unstable world, is where Sundar is going to speak about. And Sundar, I know him, serial entrepreneur. He brought Thomas profiling to India. Many of you might be using those powerful assessment tools for your organizations, or you must have gone through that when you in your career. It's very, very, very popular and very powerful, and very wide reach. He's also into market research, equity research, business consulting, leadership development, software services, and several other things, and has been guiding number of American and European companies in understanding Indian consumers and evaluating effectiveness of Indian market for their products and services, and supporting turnaround and restructuring of initiatives of corporate. Has been, as I said, has certified more than 3,000 corporate managers in India and abroad, and keenly interested, especially these days, in new ventures, market entry strategy development, joint ventures across the globe, and private equity opportunities. So very warm welcome to you, Sundar. And it's a very, very pleasant moment for all of us that you agreed to be there with us and share your wisdom and share your experience. Before you start, I'll also take this opportunity to extend very warm welcome to another panelist of this session, and that is Mr. Ashok Jambur. I was talking to both of them yesterday, and I said that my very first corporate exposure when I was doing my studies, I underwent my fieldwork, and my supervisor or my fieldwork, my reporting manager was Ashok in IOC in those days in Baroda. And that was, so you can't forget those influences which you received in the early and formative years of career. And thanks, Ashok, for accepting the invite of BMA and being here, sparing your valuable time. And if some of our friends who have just joined, Ashok will be talking on thriving on chaos and leading in uncertain time. He is, of course, he recently retired as Chief General Manager from Indian Oil Corporation, Delhi corporate office. And of course, the alumni of Faculty of Social Work, MS University, Baroda, and now as part of his, entire contribution to the alma mater, has been doing enormous service for the institute. Also on the advisory board of Human Development Society in New Delhi, and advisor, new business and sustainability with Sarvatra Integrated Management Services, Gurgaon, and of course, part of several other things. In fact, one of the most important achievement was when he was member of the advisory committee of continuing education program of IIT Delhi for consecutive 2 years during 2019-20 and 2021. So that's Ashok with us. And once again, very warm welcome to both the speakers, Sundar and Ashok here, who have not only agreed to share their thoughts and wisdom, but also agreed to take some questions if time permits. And if we have some of you raising your doubts, or you need clarifications, or you want to share your comments, feel free to write them on the chat box. And the BMA team will share those chats with us, and we'll be taking them at appropriate time. The design is such that first we will have Sundar sharing his thoughts for about 20 minutes. And thereafter, we have Ashok, who will also be sharing his thoughts for about 20 minutes. And post that, we will have the interactions or questions. So in case if you have something which you are really keen to ask, and you really want that to be addressed, feel free to type in chat box, and we'll be more than happy to take those questions. So looking forward to a very great and exciting, energetic session with Sundar and Ashok being there. Very, very, very respected HR professionals. And over to you, Sundar, for the first part.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Samir Bhai, for the kind words. With your permission, can I share the screen?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead, Sundar.
So I'm sharing the screen now.
Please go ahead. Yeah, we can see that. We can see that.
Yeah, I'll minimize it. I'll minimize it as much as possible.
Sure.
So sometimes it creates problems if I put it on full screen, so I'll keep it as is. So first of all, thank you for inviting me and giving me a chance to speak to Baroda Management Association. I have very pleasant memories of being there in physical form about 5 years back, when Samir Bhai was the president at that time. Happy to be there, be with friends. And I'll keep my sharing very brief because I think we are running against time. So let's look at the first 50 days of this year. And you see there's a very, very busy slide. I don't want you to read that. All I wanted to share is that literally every week there have been 2 different innovations, disruptions that have come in this world. I just read through very quickly. This is 2022, January 1st to February 20th. Woman cured of HIV through breakthrough stem cell treatment. We've been fighting HIV for maybe 25 years. Now there is a breakthrough. MIT engineers create an impossible new material, stronger than steel, lighter than plastic, or as light as plastic. Spinal cord implant, which potentially allows paralyzed people to walk again. Groundbreaking technology where a frog's lost leg was regrown, and it might work on humans also. And surgeons do the first ever heart transplant with genetically modified animal heart. Biodegradable surgical tape, so that if you have an intestinal fixes, you can just put like a duct tape around leaky pipes and leave it, and it will automatically take care of itself. You don't have to intervene again. And finally, autonomous drone carrying a defibrillator saves the life of a 71-year-old having a heart attack for the first time in medical history. Just look at the span of disruption that is happening, and each one of these is going to make a lot of the past completely redundant. There are other things that are over there which talks about carbon capture technology, getting solar power from carbon dioxide, nuclear fission, which is into a different league. I'm keeping those aside, the ones in red. just the top 7 of them is going to disrupt the healthcare pharmaceutical industry so much that a lot of things are going to become redundant. Now this, if it is going to happen in first 50 days of a year, and there are people who are continuously looking for the breakthrough that these people have achieved, you can see that disruption is the order of the day from now onwards. It's always been there, but it has become far more visible. And from the 51st day, we are seeing disruption of geography, which has started in Europe. I hope it ends quickly. But that is, for us, I think we need to live with this disruptions. Let me come to one of the most popular points discussed. Whether you are invested in it, whether you are using it, whether you are not using it, I think almost everybody knows Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin is a disruption which everybody agrees, because the Bitcoin holders believe it retains the value, the real value, or it raises with time. I don't think any of the currencies in the world can claim that. Bitcoin traders think that it is the closest to free trade. There are no controls, there are no upper circuits, there are no lower circuits. You can do whatever you want. So it is the greatest tool which is free of all restrictions from exchange or regulatory controls. Now, central banks think they will disrupt the financial systems totally. So they are not really liking Bitcoin a bit. So whether you love it or hate it, everyone agrees Bitcoin is a disruptor. Now, I'm not going to talk about Bitcoin being a disruptor. I'm looking at something which has happened with Bitcoin disrupting a long-standing institutional process. Foreign exchange typically goes through a centralized system called SWIFT, which has been agreed to by most of the central banks across the world. So if you want to transfer money from your account in Baroda to, let us say, your son or daughter studying in Kentucky or New York in US, you probably will go to Bank of Baroda. You will tell them that I want to transfer maybe 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs to my son or daughter. They will then send it to somebody in Baroda, Bank of Baroda head office. Bank of Baroda will have a correspondent bank in New York, and that correspondent bank will reach out to the US bank. In all this, the transaction cost keeps on increasing at every leg, and it becomes 2 to 4% of the transferred amount, consisting of bank fees, exchange rate cost, and typically it takes 24 plus hours. It's definitely not in 24 hours. About 48 hours is when the transfer really takes place. But if you look at it from the other point, what you as a transferer, you want the money to reach your son or daughter immediately. You want to do it ideally from your home, at best by going to the bank branch. You don't want to fill up too many papers. You don't want to give KYC once again. You want a smooth, hassle-free transaction. And you want it at as minimal a cost as possible, so that you want to send 3 lakhs, your son or daughter gets actually 2.99 lakhs and not 2.8 lakhs or 2.85 lakhs. You don't want to pay a 10,000 rupee fee or a 5,000 rupee fee for making the transaction. The funniest thing was Bitcoin offered all these benefits that the transferor was seeking. You can sit at home, you can transfer your Bitcoin from your account to somebody else's account, and that somebody else can convert it into the currency of their choice. And it didn't take maybe, even if you are doing a transaction, it is going to take a few cents. Now, do you think only Indians are using this? I will take the data from US. 41 million US consumers sent money abroad in 2021. 23% of that means about 8 million US consumers used a form of cryptocurrency, not necessarily Bitcoin, some other form of, you've got many other coins are there which are being used, but 8 million US consumers. It is a country where the laws are fairly strict, KYC norms, all of them are absolutely very strong, yet they prefer a coin which is probably came within last 1 year, instead of trusting a bank which has been there for 100 years, 50 years. They go and look at something which is came yesterday. 8 million of them are used. So one disruption led to another disruption. Bitcoin was a disruption in a way to everybody in the financial system. And there are many more disruptions which are spawning on top of Bitcoin and the various cryptos that are spin-off or take off from Bitcoin. So why am I saying this? The real issue is not a Bitcoin or all businesses have only three things to succeed. Business equal to you need capital and you need technology. Today, I think these two are almost become intermingling. So you take every one of the startups, the money which is coming primarily for buying technology or getting technologically advanced. So capital and technology, I have put them together as one block. You need a big idea. You can't be, you can throw money at a very small idea or an irrelevant idea, you won't make it big. You need a big idea. Ola was a big idea when they started taxi hire or taxi hailing service. If you look at Big Basket, again, or any one of the e-tailers, all of them, they had a big idea saying that you can sit at home and I will deliver your things to home. So I was bringing convenience to you. So coming back to what does the business require? Business requires capital and technology, a big idea, and human resources to run the business on a consistent basis, year after year, day after day, week after week, quarter after quarter, year after year. Now, in this equation, today capital and technology is available in abundance. You can, if you just have to reach out. And I'm sure Samipai will be able to share, given as a connect with the TIE. It is available, capital is available, technology is available, human resources are in abundance in India. The big idea is the tough part. The companies which put the customers and their pain points as the core of their business, they tend to get more ideas. Please remember, I'm saying ideas, not necessarily they are big ideas. Some of them, if you nurture them on a continuous basis, they will turn out to be big ideas. Let me try and come back what I said. Business is equal to capital and technology plus big idea plus human resources. Capital and technology and human resources are available in abundance in India today. What companies are looking for is the big idea. That's a tough part. In order to get that, you've got to be close to the customer and understand their pain points. So let's go to the other side of this equation. The customers, they don't know, actually, many of them don't know what they want, but they remember certain things. They remember the best experience that they had, the worst experience that they had, and the latest experience that they had with any product, any service, any company, any person. Why is it happening? On the one side, if you look at attention spans have become notoriously small. You will find if you have a child, especially a teenager, you will find that they don't want to talk to you for more than maybe 30 seconds. It's all monosyllables. If you have young employees with you, you will find that they don't want to talk to you beyond the point. They would rather go back to their cell phones and talk to somebody else over a chat. And this is not only for youngsters, even for us, you will find that every one of us, our attention spans have become notoriously small. If you want to do a quick check, just look at the time that you spent on reading the morning newspaper. When you were young, probably you would have spent 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Today, probably you are spending maybe 5 to 10 minutes. It's a different matter. The content is replaced by advertisement. That's a totally different thing. I'd say even otherwise, our attention spans have become notoriously small. Customers recall only three things: the best, worst, and the last, because they leave a lasting impression. All I want to say is, if only three things are remembered and two of them are already fixed, the best and the worst is already fixed because it happened in the past, you can make the last experience count so that they remember you for good or bad. Hence, it's important for every company to ensure every single transaction, every single experience that they provide to the customer is one of the best the customer can ever get. Yet, you may not be there because expectations of the service standards have become fungible. The customers are not segregating, saying that, hey, you are a pizza delivery person, so I expect pizza in 30 minutes. You are somebody who's an ambulance provider, so I don't mind if you come after 45 minutes. No. Or you are somebody who's delivering maybe wardrobe, a cupboard to me, so I can wait for a day. No. Because if you have set a particular, if they have seen a particular standard of service in one product category, they expect everything else, every other product category in similar or surrounding to that particular business to provide the same level of service. I'll take two examples in India. Many of you would remember Reliance Jio when it launched. It was one of the rapidest ramp-ups that you could have ever seen in terms of sign-ups. I think they had about 10 million done in about a week's time. And they had a fantastic idea where they said, you give me your Aadhaar card, put your fingerprint over there. In a second, your KYC is validated, and I give you the phone and the SIM card in your hand. Now, the customer, having got used to this speed of service and quality of service, went back and started challenging the banks. If Reliance can do this, how come you guys find it? You are asking me for PAN card copy signed, you want the Aadhaar card copy signed, you want my photograph and everything. And if you remember, just after the Reliance Jio launch, after about 3 to 6 months, some of the nimble banks started doing video KYC. And today, video KYC is almost a norm for most of the banks. And that's what I mean when I say expectations of service from service providers has become fungible. Customers expect the same level of service irrespective of which business that you are in. And I do see a challenge for Domino in the coming months because there are grocery delivery companies which are delivering in 10 minutes. There's a company called Zepto which prides itself saying that anything you want, I deliver in 10 minutes. I'm just waiting for the day when Domino or Pizza Hut is going to be challenged, saying that I can't wait for 30 minutes. I want it in 10 minutes. Now, I know this is not a pain point, but then this is the expectation that is right. So you've got two things that are happening here. On the one hand, customers have pain point, which company has to identify. On the other hand, customer expectations are absolutely increasing every day because they get experience of the quality of service somewhere else. Now, this is the disruption that companies will have to ride in order to succeed in the market. Very often, I'm going to take the complete 180-degree rule about company which is being called as being disrupted. People often cite Kodak as a company that got disrupted by others, disrupted by cell phone cameras, disrupted by digital cameras. There is another company in the same industry, in camera and photography, which survives even today. This company is called Fujifilm. I'm sure many of you would remember. Fuji is a photographic company, not as big as Kodak. Kodak was a US company. Fuji is a Japanese company. When they were disrupted, it's not that only Kodak got disrupted, but Fuji got disrupted. They went back to the core of the business. They said, what do we do? What is photography? So photography, they broke it into three parts. So there's a technological ability to suspend or encase active ingredients in a thin film. So this is the unprocessed film. Film rolls in those who have been used to manual cameras. You would remember that you used to put a clip of, used to put a cassette of film and then capture the pictures of that and then expose it later to get the photographs. So the technological ability to suspend or encase active ingredients in a thin film, plus the ability to prevent oxidation of that particular film, and the ability to protect the film and the active ingredients from sunlight or filter out sunlight. They said this is what photography is all about. And they went back and said, where are the opportunities for using this technology? Our strength of this company, the core of this company is the technology of making photographs. So they pivoted, they said, we see opportunity for this technological capability in pharma industry and also in cosmetics industry. I'll show you now. This is a company called Asta Lift. This focuses on skincare and enhancing the beauty of women using very, very sophisticated proprietary technology in thin films. From photography, Fuji moved on to cosmetics and beauty business. It's a very, very proprietary technique, advanced cosmetics, and uses technology enormously in order to ensure that people feel good about themselves. The other side that they moved into, right? Even India, Fujifilm, if you go back and look at their business, you will find that they have moved enormously into healthcare and diagnostic support for humans as well as animals. And what do they use? They use the same technology that they used to sell for capturing pictures of lakes, mountains, and nice moments that we all had called photographs. So while Kodak completely lost its way, another company called Fujifilm pivoted, accepted the disruption, and said, you can only disrupt the market, you cannot disrupt my core. And they use the core to pivot somewhere else. Are there any Indian companies who have been able to manage something or trying something like this? I want you to look at this company. It's a very, very well-known company, one of the most respected companies in the Indian corporate world, Asian Paints. In fact, the company is so well known that it is almost synonymous with paints. From a pure paint play, today you will find that Asian Paints has divisions which are looking at wallpaper, waterproofing, furniture finish, soft furnishings, lighting, and modular kitchen. So what have they done? They have not been disrupted. The market is still growing. And I'm sure in this meeting, at least 10 to 20% of us would have done painting in the last 2 years when things were really bad. We would have spent our money on making our house look beautiful. So this is going on all over the country. You look at their performance, you will see that the volume growth is there. So why is it a company which is the leader in the business, which is known for its quality of products, quality of service, and which is growing in a country which is growing, why is it disrupting itself? Now, they said, if I don't disrupt and if I do not flank myself by ensuring anything that is being spent on beauty in our home, I don't have a part of it, then I am vulnerable to attack by others. So from looking at share of surface, which is what any paint company would look at, is that what is my share of space in a home? It's a lot of initial paint for a brand, which is synonymous with a category called paints. I'm taking this simple challenge. You tell somebody Asian, you will find the next word that comes is paints. That's the level of synonymousness that you see between Asian and paints, because they are known for each other, known for paints. But why is this company going through this? Because they believe it is better to disrupt yourself before anyone else does. And in my view, that is the simple way by which you can manage the disruption that is going to be there forever in the world. If you are able to get close to the customer, identify their pain points, and disrupt yourself by extending yourself into those, addressing those pain points, I think you would have done yourself and your company a service by making it strong to face the future, no matter what the disruptions. With those words, I would like to thank you once again for your patience, hearing, and giving me this opportunity. Back to you, Samir Bhai. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sundar. Wow, that was absolutely on time and very, very crisp and very powerful. Like the whole concept of big idea as the core of disruption, and the customers remember the best, the worst, and the latest, and disrupt yourself on your own before anyone else tells you to do so. In fact, I remember when you were talking about Kodak that the digital technology they already had and they did not pay attention to that part. Or let's say Coca-Cola a few years back when they decided that who are our competitors, and they did not look at just the aerated waters, but they said anything which is non-alcoholic drink is our competitor, and that's how they entered into water business as far as India is concerned. Anyways, so that was fantastic, Sundar, and now stage is set for Ashok. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Convention Chairman Himanshu, Convention Advisor Bhaskar Bhai, I think he has left for some exigency. President and other office bearers of Baroda Management Association, my fellow speaker, Mr. Sundarajan, session moderator and good friend Samir, invitees, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, of course, the BMA Secretariat. Thank you, BMA, for the opportunity. I feel privileged and humbled to be speaking amidst such amazing and outstanding peers. Mr. Suryanarayan Iyer was speaking earlier, and he spoke about dealing with uncertainty, building sustainable competitive advantage in a VUCA world, etc. He also spoke about digitalization, and I'm so thankful to him for doing that. Mr. Chinmay Nayak of KC Mehta and Company also spoke about many of the mega trends across the globe, across the global business landscape, with market cap as the fulcrum or yardstick of change, growth, and success. My fellow speaker, Mr. Sundarajan, spoke about the ease of getting capital and technology. I think for quite some time now, we have been aware of this fact that the source of competitive advantage doesn't lie in tangible assets as much as it does in intangible assets. He also talked about the challenge of innovating, or what he called the big idea. So change is and will be, I think, an abiding and underlying theme for a long, long time. The context and contours will change, but it will, as cliched as it sounds, remain a constant. How do I...
Have you shared your screen, Ashok?
Yeah, it says your screen sharing. Is it visible? It's not?
No, so we can see this slide, definitely slide number 1, yes.
Yeah, so that is...
but then it is not moving to next slide. I
yeah,
guess.
it's not
right
moving.
now it is just the title slide.
Yeah,
can you just unshare and reshare again?
I think let me do that.
Yeah.
Other thing that happens is if you put it on full screen mode, sometimes this issue comes
true.
up.
I was about to say that. Yes.
Okay. I
Thank
think
you,
I'll
Sundar.
exit.
Thank you for giving that. Yeah. Once again, share, please. Yeah. Now it is. And I suggest what Sundar has given the tips. Please don't put it on slideshow mode. And
yeah, I'll not do that.
Right. It is moving.
Okay. So while Himanshu and me were discussing, this thing came up that the title that I have chosen is the exact same as the title of a book, very well-known book, in fact, written by the famous Tom Peters, Thriving on Chaos. And I thought, okay, let me acknowledge the big man, the great man, for what he did. This book is particularly outstanding because it was written way back in the mid and late 80s. And what he said, or much of what he said, is so relevant even today, so many years later. And he said that, in fact, the book came out on the exact day on which the stock market went through a crash, which is very, very symbolic in a way, because he was predicting pretty much those kinds of things. And he said that whatever has been done successfully for the last 15 years will no longer be valid and will be challenged, and it will continue to be challenged for the next 15 years. He also talked about people who will be winners in the future, and he said it will be those people who will deal proactively with the chaos and will not only deal with it proactively, but actually see it as an opportunity or see it as a source of market advantage or business advantage. He gave some examples, and I think I will not spend much time in going into all those details. It's all very well known, except let me straight away come to this point where he says that excellent firms of tomorrow or successful business organizations will be those that will cherish impermanence and thrive on chaos. So having acknowledged the big man for the work that he did, let me move on to what was originally my first slide, which is Amazon has almost no store, Uber and Ola don't own cars, Facebook creates no content, Airbnb owns no real estate, and Bitcoin has no physical coins. So own nothing, control everything. The theme is pretty much the same. Closer home, if we look at India, I think already there's been talk about this, but Oyo owns no hotel rooms, Swiggy and Zomato have no restaurants, Baiju has no classrooms or schools, and Instagram and Twitter and many other domestic social media companies don't create content either, and Paytm and all of its competitors have no money as such. The Economist in the early part of this calendar year talked about 22 emerging technologies to look out for, and interestingly, not all of those technologies are actually technologies. They are more to do with application of technology. And in the last decade of the last century, we kept listening to this abiding theme where we said that there's a lot of technology, but it's in the application that really things will happen. So if you look at things like vertical farming, or if you look at things like, silent supersonic planes, or, brain computer interface, some of the technologies have been there, except that we are going to find applications is the area where really new business models will be created, new businesses will be created, new way of doing old things will be created. Drone delivery, for instance, for quite some time in India, we have been waiting for Amazon and the other retail companies to do this. I think the time will come when this will all start happening. We have talked about this earlier. I think Chinmay Nayak talked about this. He was talking about market cap. And if you look at the companies across the globe which have done extremely well in terms of market cap, I think Saudi Aramco is probably the only company which is purely from the traditional, brick and mortar economy, as we called it. Otherwise, Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, which owns Google, Amazon, which is as much a data company as it is anything else, Tesla, which also a lot of people say is not a car company, it's a data company, and of course, Berkshire Hathaway and Meta, which owns Facebook, are the companies that have done the best in terms of market cap. So if you're thinking that the digital economy is the last big change in our lifetime, I think we need to think again. The term digital economy was first mentioned in the 1990s during the recession in the Japans. The creator economy started actually in 2012 when it was acknowledged as such, with an initial market valuation of about $600,000 but by 2020, in just about 8 years, it had reached $143 billion. I mean, look at the kind of change, the speed of change that we are looking at. The scale of disruption in our lives actually go well beyond business and technology and the economy. For example, we are now talking about whether our time on this planet as a species may itself be limited. I know that sounds like a very far-fetched idea, but then so many ideas that initially sounded far-fetched have since become real. And there is a lot of debate and a lot of, if not consensus, a lot of understanding that climate change, asteroid impact, alien attacks, nuclear war, synthetic biology, global pandemic, we have just been through one, we are still in the midst of it, the COVID-19 pandemic. Any of these or a combination of these could destroy human beings to an extent that our existence on this planet could be actually threatened. And we don't know, but we are looking at the possibility whether mankind can become a multi-planet race before it is too late. And is that a challenge or an opportunity? Well, there are people who are betting that it is an opportunity as much as it is a challenge. There are shifts in mindsets, and some of them are quite big. I thought I'll just touch briefly upon them. So Dale Carnegie wrote this very famous book with so many reprints and new editions that came up, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Many of us would have read it. But as recently as in 2018, there is a book that's become extremely popular, The Courage to Be Disliked, How to Free Yourself, Change Your Life and Achieve Real Happiness. I mean, that's almost a 180-degree shift. Then we have, again, another book, How to Get Rich. And now we have The Psychology of Money, Timeless Lessons on Wealth, Greed, and Happiness. So these are the kind of mindsets change that are happening around us. We are in the midst of a much more aware individual and a much more aware society today than ever before in the history of mankind. Well-informed employees, well-informed customers, well-informed stakeholders. So business is not the same as it used to be. We have to be looking at all kinds of issues that are happening around us, understanding the chaos that we are in the midst of, and of course, if possible, benefit from it. I want to use this framework to actually explain what we mean by a chaotic situation. Change is a constant. We have already said that. And in a simple change, you have known unknowns. So what you do is you sense the change that is happening. You try to categorize it, you classify it. And having done that, you know what kind of response works well in which kind of change situation, and you apply that. Then you move to a situation which is complicated, that's a little more challenging than a simple change, where there are known unknowns, but probably they are knowable. With targeted research, you could sense, you could analyze them, and then having analyzed, you could respond to them. Then we come to the complex kind of change where there are unknown unknowns, but possibly knowable. How? With some amount of experimentation, research, focused research probably. You probe, you discover, you sense, and then you respond. And then we come to chaos or chaotic change, which is not only unknown and unknowable, but possibly manageable, hopefully manageable, with some swift, agile action. And see how the sequence of human response changes. You act first, and then you sense, maybe as to whether what you tried, has it worked out well? And then finally you decide that if this happens the next time, how we are going to respond to it. So in chaotic times, is it a good idea to take risks? Is it at all safe to do that? Mark Zuckerberg says that the biggest risk is not taking any risk. So in a world that is changing really quickly, the one strategy that is guaranteed to fail is to not take risks. And it's like if you're standing in front of a tornado and you're just hoping that somehow it will not affect you. So not taking a risk in a world that is changing very rapidly is something like that. Responding to chaos. So change is constant. Change in business and life can at times be chaotic, not always, thankfully. While change is a natural occurrence, accepting it doesn't come quite naturally to human beings and consequently to organizations, which is why we human beings are called creatures of habit, and we enjoy a sense of personal security in status quo. Some leadership traits to deal with chaos and uncertainty. What leaders need during a crisis is not a predefined response plan, but actually a set of behaviors and mindsets that will prevent them from overreacting to yesterday's developments and help them to look ahead at what today has to offer and what tomorrow is likely to throw at you. I mean, that's what McKinsey's research says. So during a chaos, what leaders must do is to stay grounded, no matter what, stay mindful, stay grateful, stay very, very consistent in what you say and what you do. That is very important. Talking of mindful leadership, being responsive, being trustful and trustworthy, listening, being present, being patient, being accepting of the change that is happening around you rather than being in denial is very important. I've tried to put together a set of leadership traits while dealing with a chaos. Listen fully, regularly, and keenly. communicate clearly, constantly, consistently, and conscientiously, act quickly and confidently, build resilience. I think that has been talked about earlier, at an individual level, at a team level, at an enterprise level. Be candid and authentic. Develop and demonstrate empathy and compassion. Be as flexible and adaptable as possible. Co-create the future with your team. Have backup plans for everything and for everyone. Shift from a business-centered approach to a human-centered approach. Shift towards a distributed model of leadership or a shared model of leadership rather than a unified leadership approach. So typically a shared model of leadership in a crisis or chaos could be having an executive committee in place of the CEO and creating functional or cross-functional groups like an operations group, a planning and resource monitoring group, an employee outreach and well-being group, just as an example. People strategies for managing during a chaos. Crisis communication and employee connect is very important. Policies and processes, review, articulation, deployment, employee skills, continuous learning and monitoring, employee services and benefits, review and redesign, succession plan and backup. Backup is very important in any situation. Preparing HR for managing during chaos. The core will remain the same: purpose, culture, and value. These are things that don't change simply because there's a small change in the environment. And then you have structure, talent, and decision making in an ecosystem that you're constantly reviewing with platforms and templates that are suitable and are scalable. And of course, learning is so important even during normal times. So during a chaos, learning is even more important, and you need to do it very, very swiftly. So what is a prescription for each one of us? I would say actually there is no prescription, at least no single prescription, because it just won't work. I think we should be very passionate about what we are doing, which is good even during normal times, but in a chaos, it's even more important. Any aspect of life, I think passion is very important. We are all passionate about something to differing degrees. I want to give an example from the life of Elon Musk. So there is this story that, he went on his first date, and so the day was there, the time was there, the place was there, the lady in question was there, and of course, Elon Musk was there. And the very first words that he uttered on meeting her was, he says, "Do you ever think about electric cars?" And she turned and looked at him and she said, "Well, no, I don't. Why do you ask?" And he said, "Well, I keep thinking about electric cars all the time." And of course, needless for me to mention, the date was a disaster. Today, Elon Musk is married, he has kids, but so many ladies would be willing to go on a date with him. But that was how his first date went, which shows the degree of passion he had about electric cars even then, early days. So do what you like and like what you do. You're likely to be good at it. That's very important as a trait. Continuous learning, like I said, is very important, triggered by curiosity. The cause and effect relationship between curiosity and learning is very well known to all of us. Curiosity is having a strong desire to learn or know something, and those who are curious will also actively seek out challenges and new experiences to broaden their horizons. Curiosity is a very key ingredient of learning. It leads to knowledge, but also the ability to make connections among various pieces of information and concepts. Having an entrepreneurial mindset, I think that's very important in times when you're dealing with uncertainty. So business is not the old model of, profit is selling price minus cost price kind of a thing, which our generation learned in school. Today, it's about how do you take something, add value to it, create value, create new value in a unique way and do it better than your competitors. And therefore, having an entrepreneurial mindset is very, very critical. Manage your time well. Time is of the essence in a world that is changing fast, and you need to very quickly, literally on your feet, be able to figure out things that are important and things that are urgent, things that are not urgent and things that are not important, and figure out what you're going to do. Many times we say we don't have time or we're too busy. Actually, most of us have a lot of time. It's a question of how do you spend it. Let's say you work 8 hours a day, you're working 40 hours a week. Let's say an hour at the gym, all 7 days of the week, that's about 7 hours. you spend 56 hours sleeping, you would still be left with 65 hours in a week. So we all have a lot of time, and let's spend that very meaningfully. Effective communication, very important, whether it's a crisis or normal times. During crisis, I think even more so. Being digitally agile in a digital era, having digital agility is absolutely critical. Having a backup plan. I mean, just imagine if there are people willing to bet billions and trillions of dollars on whether this planet is going to survive or not, and are actually working on a plan to make the human species a multi-planet species. Why can't we have a backup plan for the activities that we do, the projects that we pursue, the business strategy that we have? I have come across candidates who come for interview and they say, Indian Oil is my first choice, and I've been trying to join this company for last 3 years. And then I ask them, what if you don't succeed this year as well? And many of them, they don't have a plan B, and they don't necessarily come from families that are very affluent. So, I mean, this just amazes me why we can't think of a plan B for everything that we do. Summing it all up, being really good at what you're doing, triggered by passion, keep learning by nurturing your curiosity, develop an entrepreneurial mindset, take calculated risks. It's better than not taking any risk at all. Manage your time well, communicate effectively, be digitally agile, and always have a backup plan. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ashok. And you also almost maintained the timeline. And very delighted to listen to both of you. And Ashok, especially when you made comment about the biggest risk is not taking any risk. And I think, I'm sure, Sundar, you would surely, since your interest is more in startups and all, and that's what, and when you were talking about Bitcoin, I think that's very, very essential. While building resilience, I also found when you talked about managing chaos, the first and foremost is being passionate. And I think that's the key. Anything and everything that you do, being passionate, being digitally agile is another very, very good perspective that you brought in, and developing that entrepreneurial mindset. And the way startup ecosystem is shaping up in India at a very, very fast pace, I will not be surprised if it multiplies many times in next just 3 years. And we will have, in fact, my son, who is studying in the university now in the final year, of course, he has not yet reached, but he talks about others. And he said that in the final year, the friends have stopped talking about the job. They have started talking about who is coming out with what kind of startup. So I think that's the whole entrepreneurial mindset, which is taking very good shape. And I know 12:30 was something that we wanted to close because we did not allow any tea break in between. And so many thanks, Himanshu Bhai, Bashar Bhai, Nimil, Deepak Bhai, and all others, Pushkar, KJ Shah, and all others, and BMA Secretariat, who gave this opportunity to us to share our views, to share our thoughts with all our participants here. And I personally enjoyed a lot because it really taught a lot of realities and the practice. Before I hand over to BMA, just one last set of words from Sundar and Ashok. One last set of words.
Thank you very much for inviting us. It's great to listen to Ashok's way, the way he structured everything and shared it. I've learned something over there. And it is great to connect back with you, Samir Bhai, after a long time.
Oh, yeah, same here.
And PMA, big thanks to you. I have very fond memories of being in Baroda and being with you all. Thank you very much for giving another opportunity. Thank you.
Ashok.
Thank you, BMA. Thank you, Himanshu, Bhaskar Bhai, BMA Secretariat. Great to reconnect with Samir. I was talking to him the other day and I said that I was in Baroda till about 5 days ago. But I had a plan to also get in touch with him. In fact, I took his number and then I got busy with something. So wonderful experience. For people of our generation, it's a bit of a challenge to stay on the learning curve at this stage, at this age. So this is a great opportunity. I learned a lot of things today, a lot of ideas and a lot of new ways in which concepts are put across and those connections are made to make sense of this chaotic or VUCA world, as we call it. Thank you so much. Wonderful experience.
Thank you. And thank you. And over to BMA.
Thank you so much, sir. So now we have a lunch break till 1:40, and we will resume after 1:40 for the next session. And for the next session, there are two speakers, Mr. Professor Mani RSS and Mr. Sumit Varghese, and moderator for the session is Mr. Sandeep Purohit. So thank you so much, sir. We will meet after 1:40. Thank you so much.
the moments, but everywhere I turn to begins a new beginning that never finds a finish. I walk to the horizon, and there I find another. It all seems so surprising, and then I find that I know. You go there, you go forever. I go there, it's forever. We stay here, we go together, anywhere. The moon upon the ocean is swept around in motion, but without ever knowing the reason for its flowing. Emotion on the ocean, the moon still keeps on moving, the waves still keep on waving, and I still keep on going. You go there, you go forever. I go there, it's forever. We stay here, we go together, anywhere. I wonder if the stars are the light that is to be mine, and will they let their light shine enough for me to follow? I look up to the heavens, but night is clouded over. No smoke of constellation, no Vela, no Orion. The shells upon the warm sands have taken from their own lands the echo of their story, but all I hear are low sounds as willow words are weaving and willow waves are leaving. But should I be believing that I am only dreaming? You go there, you go forever. I go there, it's forever. We stay here, we go together, anywhere. To leave the tread of all time and let it make a dark line, in hopes that I can still find the way back to the moment I took the turn and turned to begin a new beginning. Still looking for the answer, I cannot find the finish. It's either this or that way, it's one way or the other. It should be one direction, it could be on reflection. The turn I had just taken, the turn that I was making, I might be just beginning, I might be near the end. Thank you.
Namaskar, I have logged in.
We are starting session within a 30 second.
Hello, am I audible? Okay, so welcome back. Hope everybody will come back more energetic after her lunch. So moving forward with our third session, uh, uh, Mr. Sandeep Purohit, past president BMA and senior past vice president HR and board of director GATL GSFC Acrotech Vadodara. He is moderating as a moderator for the session. He is over 3 decades of rich experience and expertise in core HR function. This dynamic professional has experience of working in cooperative, private, and public sector. Currently heading HR at GSFC, Mr. Purohit is the strategy architect in the development of innovative HR initiative to streamline process and capitalize on organizational growth opportunity. Mr. Purohit has been awarded as Outstanding Leadership Development Committee Chairman by GCI and Industry Leadership by SMJV Trust as a part of its contemporary celebrations. He has been president of Baroda Management Association and his for the speaker for the session, first speaker is Professor Mani RSS, Vice President Institutional Development at ITM Group of Institutions and former President Bombay Management Association. He has more than 30 years of experience in industry and academics, very active in many business association, wonderful speaker, and a great mentor. So now I request Professor Mani RSS for taking his session. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar, everybody. Good afternoon. Let me welcome all the delegates to this annual management convention. It's such a pleasure to be at the Baroda Management Association, which is rightly called BMA. And for me, BMA is the Bombay Management Association. Bombay is the city from where I'm logging in this afternoon. And the Baroda Management Association has always been an institution which has been recognized for its wonderful contribution to the management development fraternity. I'd like to, at the outset, thank Mr. Bhaskar Joshi for having invited me to be part of this convention. And a special thanks to Mr. Himanshu Agarwal for taking the time to discuss various aspects of the convention and deciding what could be the areas that I could focus upon in this session. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sandeep Purohit. One has always read a lot about the wonderful things that BMA has done under your leadership and several other stalwarts in the past. I know I have a very difficult challenge ahead of me because everyone is coming for the session post-lunch. And I wonder what are the attention spans. And therefore, I decided not to use a presentation so that you could only focus on trying to pick up a few points that I wanted to share with you this afternoon. And with the permission of Purohitji, we can take a couple of questions as soon as my session is done so that there is continuity in the discussion points that might emerge. Let me straight away move on into the theme. We are talking about the new rules of business survival in the era of killer competition. I had the honor of listening to eminent speakers right from yesterday down to today. And I guess a lot of focus has been on how corporations, how institutions, how organizations, and how associations should ensure business survival and business success. I'm going to shift the focus slightly into what an individual can do in this change scenario where we are talking about the new rules of business survival and how to tackle this killer competition. The theme I am to speak on is how to transform individuals into admired leaders. And I guess the focus here is on every individual in every organization, be it the corporate world, could be an NGO, perhaps a university, or it could be any organization which is part of society at large. I'm especially honored that among this entire galaxy of star speakers from the corporate world, we are among the few here who represent the academia. And I guess the more and more we can build bridges between academia and corporate, one will see a lot of success, be it in larger organizations, SMEs, or in business at large. I'd like to preface what I want to share with this thought that as professionals in the corporate world, many of us who've been around for 3 years, 13 years, or even 30 years, very often we need to be reminded of things we already know. It might not always happen that we reinvent something old, put it into a new bottle and share it across. As professionals, we need to be reminded about things we already know. The first point that I'd like to make is my take on competing with this killer competition. The best way to beat killer competition is collaboration. I know it sounds a bit paradoxical. When you're talking of intense competition, the philosophy with which all of us get into a discussion is how do I win or how do I defeat the competitor? All I'm trying to say here is killer competition can be tackled by collaboration. I might win, but you may not necessarily lose. And in the process, both of us could build synergies with each other. Let's take this example that we often read that JioMart is now trying to loop in the local Kirana stores to ensure quick last mile delivery. Haven't we come across situations in universities where we are tying up with all the digital learning platforms, be it Coursera or edX, to supplement the knowledge that the teacher can provide in a classroom by bringing in the global exposure through the digital learning platforms? Or haven't we always thought that it was only the international fast food giants who give you home delivery of food, but now the Swiggy and Zomato can get you food from any favorite restaurant of yours in any corner of the city? I guess what I'm trying to point out here is sometimes collaboration is the key to tackling killer competition, where both parties concerned could build on each other's strengths and synergize. Here is where I want to reiterate, we need to take a global approach. And I'm sure many of us remember reading that a global approach simply means the philosophy could be global, but the action needs to be local. Because the culture, the ethos, the manner in which we exist in society might be very, very different from any other country or any other culture in the world. We always believe that think global, act local is a wonderful way of ensuring that we are able to integrate the best of both worlds. For us, when we take these approaches to business survival, I would believe, coming from a background of human resources, that the biggest challenge is talent management, which begins first with talent acquisition, talent retention, and of course, getting the talent to contribute for organization effectiveness. Let's not forget that given the same set of resources, different teams would produce different results. It's because of the nature of relationships in that team. The extent to which resources get converted to results would largely depend upon the sound relationships that the teams, the departments, the functions of the organization have. And it is here where we need to emphasize that every individual can make a difference. How can the individual make a difference is best explained by saying that you may be a manager today, you might be a general manager and a vice president a couple of years later, but all these are titular positions. Very often people respect the position, not the person. And therefore we've begun to say that organizations which need to survive in this complex business scenario should have more and more leaders, because leaders do not really attract followers. Leaders inspire followers by their charisma, by their entire approach to problem solving, by the approach to taking people along with them. A manager might enjoy all these, but for a short stint while they are in chair, when they have the position. Haven't we often heard that employees join companies but leave bosses? No offense to all the bosses in this room. All I'm trying to focus upon is it is the superior who makes a lot of difference to the effectiveness of a team. Don't we also realize in life we can choose our spouse, but we can't choose our boss? There's no system till today in the country which might perhaps allow you to say that as much as you are appearing for an interview to be selected in a company, the company is going to allow you to choose your boss. Repeat, let's move on to a culture where we are talking about building admired leaders. And what would be the focus here? How does one begin? I would believe any admired leader should first focus on self-development. All development begins with self-development. You can't be expecting everyone around you to change unless you lead the change. You walk the talk. Self-development is the first step towards moving on to being an admired leader. Second, you need to get into a lot of strategic thinking. Strategy is so very important. And this strategy has to be integrated with the culture. This is where I said even before, think local. You may have a global approach, but the act has to be local. That's very, very important. If I'm ready to look at my own self-development, evolve a good strategy, then the most important output would be sustainable success. You can't just have a glimpse of success and then let it fizzle out. Success has to be sustainable. And let's not forget, all this has to be integrated into contribution to society. The whole world today has woken up to the importance of the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. We're all talking about the importance of environment, social governance. Any business, notwithstanding the competition, notwithstanding the fact that it is focusing on profits, cannot compromise on, cannot sacrifice on the SDG. Here is where I reiterate, an admired leader would be one who focuses on taking the team along by focusing on self-development, looking at strategy, ensuring sustainable success through this strategy, ensuring that all this is for the development of society. When we hear the word Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think we need to start with Atmanirbhar us. Every one of us has to look at our own self-development. We need to become role models so that people around us get inspired. You as a manager may control the performance appraisal scores of your subordinates. You as a manager, you as a boss might dictate working hours, late sitting, culture as you like it best. But the output, the success, the contribution of the individual would not depend on how intrinsically motivated they are. Here is where I believe we need to actually go ahead and have a huge mindset change. We are so attuned to win-lose, which means I will win only if I can defeat you. I, for one, have always believed that you can do a win-win approach. You can succeed even if the other person succeeds. Success is always relative. Why do we get worried about the failure of the other person? Haven't we at times even had situations where we derive sadistic pleasure when someone else fails, irrespective of whether we passed or not, whether we won or not, greater satisfaction when the other person loses? Time has come that we start benchmarking and competing with ourselves. Do your best. Results will automatically come your way. Not only results, sustainable success will come your way. If somebody else is also winning, wonderful. Overall, the organization, the institution is winning. Unfortunately, there are times when people get into such negative mindsets that they get into what I call lose-lose. Very beautifully put in Hindi, मैं तो डूब मरूंगा, लेकिन तुझे भी साथ ले जाऊंगा. Ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of being perceived as preachy, I want to reiterate, we need to develop this culture right from high school down to college, to campuses, to corporate. Let's build in this philosophy that win-win is the way of life. I can succeed also by helping others succeed. This brings in a huge amount of humility in the transactions with people. We all tend to believe that we have achieved great heights, but there is still miles and miles to go before we go to sleep. With this approach of humility, I'm sure we can move one step further in our own self-development and inspire people around us to do the same. Very often, companies spend a lot of time, money, effort, energy in keeping the customers happy, in taking care of the customers. Just slightly change the focus. Can I, as a company, have a culture where we take care of our people? We keep our people happy. trust me, these internal customers will keep your external customers happy. Just try it and see what a world of difference it makes to the entire culture and the contribution of people in the organization. I started telling you that when we talk about admired leaders, we look at self-development, we look at the leader having a strategic vision, focus on sustainable success, keeping in mind contribution to society and the fact that the society should not be distracted by any of the actions that our organizations, our businesses do. Looking inward, what do you think are the 3 traits of an admired leader? For me, the first one is the attitude of gratitude. Every leader reached where he or she is because of the followers, because of the peers, because of the entire cycle, right from the Lord Almighty to the parents, to the cultural upbringing, to home, and then to college and the workplace. The attitude of gratitude is rightly the most important thing. Rightly put, the attitude of gratitude will determine your altitude. How much you succeed, how well you're able to do for yourself will largely depend on this first trait, the attitude of gratitude. Second, be positive. I know many people who have a blood group of B positive often feel very thrilled. They say, I'm already B positive. But it has nothing to do with the blood group. Make it your life philosophy. Ensure that given any situation, given any problem, try to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. You can be part of the solution if you take the philosophy of being positive. When your subordinate comes to you next time with a problem, try to encourage them to also come with one possible solution. It's often said, most of the battles are won or lost in the mind, and this positivity can make a lot of difference. I know in the last 2 years, the word positive has also got some of the connotations fearful because of COVID. But here I'm not talking about testing positive. Here I'm talking about being positive. And the third and most important trait, I would believe, is character. An admired leader, his character, his integrity is beyond question. Someone had rightly said, character is what you do when nobody is watching. And this is precisely why we say it is very intrinsic. And in these qualities that I mentioned for an admired leader, in the world that has changed so much, we've all taken a beating in the last 18 months worldwide. There's been so much of emotional turmoil besides all the business complexities. I would believe a great leader, an admired leader, and an individual who can stand the test of time is one who displays compassion. We should be grateful for all that we have, for all that we were able to survive these 18 to 24 months of the pandemic. But compassion to those who couldn't cope with the same and too. Compassion for those who couldn't succeed, who couldn't manage because of various constraints. It is time now and forever to remember that we should try to build an approach where we display compassion and also help them succeed so that in the process, we build more successful stories, we build more successful businesses, we build more successful societies. And all this is possible only through individual effort from you and me. To conclude, all I'd like to say is let's start trying to focus on happiness quotient. Everyone talks about IQ, very important, intelligence, strategy, EQ, relationships, taking people along. There's a lot of talk on spiritual quotient. What is it that gives you peace? What is it that motivates you every day in the morning to do your best? Some people use it in the guise of religion. Some do it in the guise of social work, but it doesn't matter what is your call. A combination of IQ, EQ, and SQ, spiritual quotient, to my mind, leads to happiness quotient. And if we are all as a society ready to look at happiness quotient, I'm sure you will have so many leaders around us who would be so widely admired. And that was the effort that I was going to suggest to all of us. These were some of the thoughts that I shared with you based on my experience. Thank you very much for your patient listening. I hand back to Purohitji. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to engage in a discussion. Namaskar.
Brilliant presentation, Professor. But I believe that the Q&A would happen at the end once Sumit is done with his presentation.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward with next speaker, Mr. Sandeep Purohit, SPH. Sorry, sir. Mr. Sumit Varghese, SPHR founding partner, your HR body. Sumit is an experienced human resource management and organization development consultant, workshop facilitator, and published researcher. In a career spanning over 20 years, he was formerly country manager for the Human Capital Institute, a Washington DC based HR think tank, and associate director at TV Rao Learning System Private Limited. He has personally trained over 1,000 executives and consulted more than 100 firms comprising large multinationals, domestic corporations, small and medium businesses, PSUs, governmental agencies, and not-for-profits, representing over 30 industries in India and in international locations like the Middle East and Southeast Asia. So now I request Mr. Sumit Varghese, sir, for taking his session. Over to you, sir.
Hi, thank you. Can I switch on my camera?
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Okay, so I get a message that the host has disabled, I think, video sharing. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, and thanks to the Baroda Management Association. Special thanks to Mr. Bhaskar Joshi, Mr. Nimil Bakshi, Mr. Sandeep here, and Mani sir. It's a pleasure to bump into you again.
Namaskar.
Thank you so much for that wonderful talk. I have a short presentation, in fact, and also I'll try and kind of make it short as I think Mani sir's presentation was. And Chris, just that the idea which I'm going to share might require some extended discussion. So possibly that can be addressed during Q&A. Sandeep ji, I have about half an hour.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay. So I'll share my screen. Okay. So I think very quickly what I'll try and do is introduce you to possibly an idea or a concept whose time has come now because of what we've gone through in the last 2 or 3 years. But if you ask me historically, this idea is not that recent. It's kind of fairly old. So what do we mean by an anti-fragile organization? What do we mean by a resilient organization? And I think Mani sir here spoke about how we can all build individual resilience. So can we use these characteristics that usually are attributed to people or personality to organizations? So can there be, like, a resilient personality? Can there be resilient organizations? Or can there be anti-fragile organizations? So I'm going to possibly help you understand the context of this whole thing called anti-fragile and resilient. Also give you some examples from my experience as a consultant, and possibly make sense of the topic here. What do we mean by building a resilient organization or an anti-fragile organization? The agenda is just very briefly touch upon what is this anti-fragile business all about? How did it start? I kind of related to work that has been done earlier in the area of organizational studies. We all know organizations have a lifespan like individuals have, though some organizations are built to last. And what is it that we can learn from organizations that last and also from organizations that don't survive? What is this entire spectrum of fragile to anti-fragile? So can organizations be clustered on a continuum where you have organizations which are fragile or brittle, which can break because of any kind of disruption, and organizations that are robust, resilient, and anti-fragile, which means not just withstand any kind of disruption, but also kind of grow because of the disruption. I'll introduce you to a very basic model which can help you measure your organization in terms of what we call an anti-fragile framework. I'll also touch upon how do we build anti-fragility. I mean, in terms of strategy, structure, culture, people, processes. And I think more importantly, it's like a way of probably organizing your organization. So what's your organizational philosophy that can make the difference of being in business or being out of business? What are some examples we have from the COVID disruption in the last 2 years in terms of businesses adapting? And I think in a nutshell, all forms of basically you build anti-fragility only through adaptability. And also what are some HR practices which show some sign of adaptability? So this is basically the agenda. I think I guess now, because it's an in thing, because there's some kind of hype or buzz around it, probably you hear the word fragile, you use it casually in a conversation. Basically, when something is breakable, easily breakable, you kind of declare it as fragile. So assuming you're asked by somebody, what is the meaning of anti-fragile? Here's like a brief history of the idea, and also what does it mean to be anti-fragile. I think in the last 10 years, and especially in the since the 2000s, so basically 2012, if you kind of read books by Nassim Taleb, he's somebody who came up with this idea of anti-fragile. And basically what he kind of claims or says in his book is that institutions and therefore countries for that matter, or basically organizations can learn from the natural world, can learn how to adapt or how to grow from a particular crisis. And so post, I think this kind of, so basically the book got a kind of celebrity status, and then there were a whole host of books which kind of said, well, it's kind of possible to design organizations to be anti-fragile. So that means they can withstand any kind of disruption. We had some good number of articles in Harvard Business Reviews which said there are various ways in which resilience can be built or anti-fragility can be built. So there are a whole host, there's I think now a whole body of literature which talks about how organizations can absorb shock, how organizations can withstand disruption, and what can we learn from those organizations who have withstood this kind of disruption. So for those who are academically inclined, those who are a little more scholarly than us consultants, I would kind of definitely reference these books, particularly because I found them quite useful when I basically wanted to refresh my idea about what does it mean to be an anti-fragile organization. In a nutshell, I think if you were to look at individuals, or if you were to look at organizations, you'll probably find that there are certain similarities in terms of, I think, our ability to absorb shock or our inability to absorb shock. So in a nutshell, if you find that you cannot withstand a shock, and this could be psychological shock, it could be financial shock, it could be some form of physical shock, possibly all the kind of shocks that a massive epidemic can unleash. If you feel you cannot withstand it, you find it difficult to cope, then, and possibly you find it threatening your own stability to survive as an individual or as an organization, then probably you can look at yourself as a more fragile entity. There are organizations or basically institutions which, according to Nassim Taleb, have been able to withstand shocks, but then possibly their core competency is to withstand a particular set of shocks or a particular kind of shocks. But then he also talks about, being able to grow from certain kinds of shocks. I mean, if you were to look at the COVID disruption and even earlier, the recession in the late 2000s, 2008, 2009, we've seen various kinds of businesses go bust. We've also seen various businesses withstand shock, means they were robust enough to withstand the shock. But then there were also businesses which kind of adapted, which innovated, and which actually grew out of the recession. I mean, I would consider myself fortunate because I found my business during the 2008 recession. But many of us, I think, who are basically a part and parcel of the business world, do understand that organizations have remarkable capacity to withstand shock or disruptions, and also remarkable capacity to grow basically from those shocks, or basically learn from those shocks. So when we kind of talk about anti-fragile organizations, and if you want to probably apply a framework to describe whether your organization is fragile or anti-fragile, you would be best advised to look at how has the organization performed before a massive disruption like, say, COVID-19? How has it performed during the disruption? And how is it performing now after the disruption? And of course, we are talking about organizations which survive a certain period of time. If you ask me, I think in the last 5 to 6 years, over 7 lakh businesses have wound up, but also you will find that about 6 lakh businesses have been registered. So there are many organizations which have completely gone out of business. There are many organizations which have survived, which have grown, and there are many new organizations which have been found. So I think possibly because I would say Taleb here is more like a philosopher for our times, who says possibly we have to accept now that unpredictability is the norm, ambiguity is the norm, complexity is the norm. And so what can we do to embrace it, rather than create systems, policies, processes, structures to kind of ward off unpredictability or irrationality or risk or ambiguity or complexity. So basically, I think it's a way or outlook of looking at not just life as an individual, but also I think as an organization. So if you can tell yourself, if you're part of an organization, that we have actually grown because of disorder, we have actually benefited from the disruption, then you have some anti-fragile DNA in you. But if you feel that some part of your organizations have been completely damaged by, say, COVID or any other disruption which may have been caused earlier, then you could probably tell yourself that you're fragile. If you've kind of sustained somehow or survived, well, then you're robust. But it's only when you grow from these kind of experiences that you can call yourself anti-fragile. So this is the idea in, I think, a nutshell. If you want to read a little more, I would definitely refer this particular book. Now, I said something when I started the presentation, and that is, this idea is not very novel. This idea is basically, it finds an echo in earlier studies done by organizations. So like, we've been invited by organizations to look at their history in terms of when they started, in terms of, and usually this is like a turnaround kind of consulting project where we try and get into the history of the organization. When did they start? Who were the initial founders? Who's vested in the organization? How many employees? What's the structure? What are the processes? What's the culture? And we find that organizations, I mean, irrespective of the disruptions that can occur, and I'm talking about organizations which are 25 years old, 40 years old, 10 years old. We are now working with a 3-year-old organization. So all of them do go through possibly this kind of a cycle, not probably of an exactly similar kind, but they do go through a period of heavy growth or high growth, followed by a stage of possibly zero growth, some kind of stagnation, and then a sudden decline when possibly they take a lot of decisions, or they take certain decisions which are detrimental to their business. And finally, of course, when they decline and possibly decay and die out. So if you were to actually observe organizations over a period of time, you probably find that maybe their life cycle also represents our kind of life cycle. They also go through their prime and they also decline, but they have a choice. In fact, a lot of organizations who are, if you can see my screen, at stage 4 or at stage 3, have a choice at stage 3 or stage 4. When they sense risk, when they know that they're in danger, they can take some decisions, they can adapt, they can shut down some businesses, they can try out something new, or they could probably, diversify or venture out or do something very different. But because you have a history of running a business in a certain way, and all of that is embedded in your organizational culture, it becomes very difficult to possibly kind of grow out of this spiral. So if it's a downward spiral, it becomes extremely difficult to realize that you're in a downward spiral and get out of it. And so I think if you were to kind of look at this whole business of what's fragile, what's anti-fragile, I'm sure this happens to businesses even without any kind of disruption, because I think businesses are facing all kinds of risks, all kinds of shocks at any time. And possibly the biggest risk or the biggest shock can come from within in terms of structure, culture, process, and openness. So what can help such organizations to avoid this cycle of decline or decay? I'm sure decline cannot be avoided, but death can certainly be avoided. But then it requires, of course, rethinking your entire organizational philosophy and your DNA or your blueprint in terms of certain kinds of approaches. And I'm sure that would be more that can help organizations become anti-fragile. So possibly if you want a concept or a model, here's an interesting concept which kind of is available online, and I just picked it up. But this actually can help you somewhere diagnose where you are as an organization. I mean, if you look at your reactions, you look at how you've adapted, you can probably figure out where your organization is on this particular spectrum. Are you simply not able to cope with the shock? Have you kind of shut down all your businesses? Are you looking at kind of going out of business? Or is it that you can probably survive, but then it's not necessary that you'll probably, survive for a longer period of time? And we find that many organizations which have kind of looked at survival have looked at survival from a financial viewpoint. That could be very short term, it could be very narrow minded. If you are losing a lot of talented employees, which is mostly the case when organizations go into a downward spiral, and your employees are also your asset, basically they can walk out with a whole lot of customers who can give you new business, who can bring in the required cash flow and so on. So when I talk about organizations not able to cope with the shock, it doesn't mean they don't have the cash flow to kind of sustain salaries or meet their meet their vendor bills and so on and so forth. It's also about what has happened to the employees who are part of the organization. You'll still have organizations which are seemingly cash rich, or possibly who have the finances to hold on, or who have the right kind of people to hold on. These are the more robust kind of organizations. And I think there are those which go through a certain amount of decline, which are hit by disruptions, but which manage to kind of grow out of it. And of course, ultimately, those anti-fragile organizations are those organizations which can withstand shocks and venture into new areas. So if you were to ask, okay, how do I as an organization diagnose our organization? Where is it? And I'll be happy to share a bunch of questions which you could probably use. You can involve the top management, the middle management. It's good to involve everyone and ask these questions. Are we fragile as an organization? I mean, will the next disruption break us? Or are we robust? What kind of robust organizations can maybe withstand a few kind of disruptions, a few shocks? Or like, will we be like completely out of business? Or are we organizations that can actually bounce back and ultimately anti-fragile, which means use the disruption as an opportunity to grow? Now, the framework to, I would say, to measure whether you are fragile or anti-fragile is basically a very extensive model. But what I think it boils down to is, are your employees aware of what's going on around inside the organization and outside the organization? So when we work with large organizations, we know that many a times the head and the tail, they are not in touch, they are not in sync. So they say, so basically, you have information systems which are collecting information, but then they are possibly not useful information. So there's a lot of useful information which is flowing in, but organizations are not aware about it. Boils down to the culture, boils down to the structure, boils down to your strategy. Has your organization, the second part of this particular framework, basically to measure whether your organizations are anti-fragile or not, it boils down to identifying vulnerabilities. I mean, are there parts of the organization which are risk prone, which cannot withstand risk? And what can be done about it? This could be systems, this could be employees, for instance, talented employees, and so on. And I think finally, and the most useful piece, which can actually help organizations to be what we call actually resilient and anti-fragile, is the adaptive capacity. How have you adapted in your history as an organization? Are you open to experimentation? Do you follow convention? Do you like disorder? Do you like unpredictability? And so on and so forth. Now, I think this is not the occasion, and I don't have the time to go into examples and details. I'm rushing through a lot of information which you can always get after this presentation from BMA. I'll be happy to share this presentation with you. I'll be happy to share all the references I cite for this particular presentation. Anything you need, like this questionnaire to measure your organization's anti-fragility and so on, all of that's available. And yes, the next part, I mean, I'll see, as I said, this idea about building business, anti-fragile businesses is not very new. It's kind of old. And if you were to kind of, if you're a part of the IT industry and if you're familiar with agile frameworks, which started in the 1990s and now, of course, has become a kind of approach to managing teams and managing products and managing processes and managing organizations. So agile is basically the way to go if you want to be an anti-fragile business. So instead of a top-down hierarchy or a pyramidal hierarchy, it's better to have what they call small units or mini organizations within the organization, which kind of coalesce together, combine, collaborate, and kind of bring together basically the right kind of synergies to be in touch with, are in touch with customers, are in touch with all the important stakeholders internally, externally, and kind of make sure that they can quickly hear the voice of the customer, react to the voice of the customer, know what's going on in the environment, and then kind of learn from it and adapt to it. So I think if you really want to kind of think through whether the possibility of if you really want to think through whether you can create these kind of organizations, I would say that there would probably be 3 to 4 or 5 decades of research which support which basically make a case for various practices which you can institute in your organization. So whether it be from the IT industry, which is now spread to other industries, or whether it be this whole concept of why organizations fail and why organizations succeed, all of that is available. And I think all of that make a very they because of the amount of work that's been done there, all of it can be used to create or maybe think through what it is to create an anti-fragile organization. There's at least one study which I would reference here, undertaken by Nitin Nodia and company, and they kind of looked at about 160 organizations and looked at basically organizations which have lasted for 5+ years or 10+ years, and figured out that surviving actually boils down to a few basics. It kind of boils down to strategy, execution, structure, and culture. These are the softer parts. They are not the hard parts. And what this research also says is the financials are not that important, but what strategies you have, how you execute it, what's your structure? I mean, is your structure agile like this one here? And what's your culture? That's actually what can help you grow and survive in any kind of organization. As I said, I'll close with 2 stories. These are tales from the trenches. And as consultants, we kind of work with various kinds of organizations. I have failure stories, and I wouldn't say success stories, but some idea of how we've kind of consulted organizations and have helped them to understand whether they are fragile or anti-fragile. So here's one story which I think has stayed with me, because I started working with an organization in the early 2000s, and they were into multimeters, basically gadgets which help in industrial settings. They help people to measure everything from the resistance, flow of current, volt, ampere, and all that. So it's kind of, it was an established business and possibly growing because of the kind of cutting edge products that they were bringing out. So kind of worked with the organization for some time and figured out that they had a lot of issues with respect to strategy. They had a lot of issues with respect to culture. They had a lot of issues with respect to structure, and also a lot of issues in terms of execution. So every time, they thought of some strategy, it never really worked out. And that was also because of the culture issues, which were kind of predominant in the organization. So the founding father or the founder chose to kind of continue, tried his hand at bringing in CEOs so that the CEOs could manage the HOD. I worked with the HODs, I worked with the founder, but I found that possibly the HODs aspired to be the CEO. And well, I think in a kind of stable environment where your business is growing, where the threat of competition is minimal, possibly these kind of issues get sorted out. They kind of get managed, but the issues continued. I found that the R&D team was an island in itself. It lived in perfect isolation from the others, like engineering or production or marketing. The culture was very hierarchical. And if customers walked in with kind of defects and complaints, they would be told that the problem is with engineering, the problem is with R&D or production or marketing. The customer complaints were not taken seriously. At about the same time, I heard about an American company which has a history of being around for, I think, more than 50 to 60 years now, which was into multimeters, but went through a period of decline. Remember the organizational life cycle. And I found it very interesting that they grew in the 1990s. They'd reached a period of decline. They brought in a CEO from Hewlett Packard, and they grew because the CEO tried out some new practices. He kind of said, let's have a team. He called it the Phoenix team. Let's have a team comprising people who are not experts. So for strangely, R&D people are welcome, but I don't want R&D people to think through the next set of products, because sometimes expertise comes in the way of innovation. That's how we put it. I'll have people from engineering, I'll have people from marketing, finance, and 6 people will travel together. They get $100,000. They travel together. They live together. They eat together. They brainstorm together for 6 months or maybe a year. It's not more than 100 days though, but then they had their war rooms where they would discuss endlessly. But then all these people from marketing, finance, engineering, all of them would work together and kind of come up with, they would solve problems and they would come up with new products, and they would get $100,000 to actually come up with new product. And so I kind of told my client in India that here's one company which actually stands for innovation, while you have a really high on innovation guy there looking after the R&D department. And because the founder owner was himself very high on innovation, was ready to pump in a lot of money. And I said, well, that's possibly one way to go about innovation, but till you don't cut the silos, here's one company that can threaten you in the long run. And then, of course, the business continued the way it usually continued. They still have their same set of problems. But what is interesting is this American competitor has entered India. And possibly in a span of about 5 to 6 years, they've kind of reached the turnover that this company has possibly managed in the last 20 to 25 years. I found it very interesting when I picked up one of their manuals and I showed it to the MD and I said, this manual here is because this product is used by electricians. So this particular company's manuals were all in Hindi or in English. But I said, here's an American company, look at these manuals. They have manuals in 6 different languages, Telugu, they have in Marathi, they have in Hindi. And they did this in the very first year. I'm sure they're listening to the voice of the customer. I think, so irrespective of what problems you may face as an organization, I think if you don't get the strategy, structure, culture, people, execution piece right, yes, possibly, I think one cautionary tale about how to avoid what we call, being an organization which probably survives but not actually growing, and also exposing oneself to substantial amount of risk. Here's another organization where we did have some sort of success. We worked with an organization which is 25 years old, and this was more of a turnaround consulting project. And then the directors called us and said, we have a very high turnover, but our bottom line is really pathetic. We need to do something about it. And we spent some time talking to a whole lot of employees in the organization. And then we kind of did what I would call the equivalent of a full body checkup. So basically, we did a full body checkup of their finances, the way they handle customers, the way they've structured their sales, the way they operate, their supply chain, their strategy, the whole piece. And we found there were problems all along. What I found very interesting, and that's why I kind of showed the kind of organizational life cycle that organizations go through. What I found very interesting is that if you were to read up the literature on turnaround consulting, you'll realize that 90% of the time organizations fall sick or decay or decline because of management decisions. So like if you have 100 organizations which have gone bust, the research says that 90% of organizations have actually gone because of management issues or leadership issues or strategy or structure issues. So we kind of put the numbers together. We told them, look, there are 2 other large competitors in the same sector. They are growing by X% year on year, and you're looking at possibly delayed salaries. You're looking at selling out your business after 25 years. You have so many employees. What will they do? And, for us, it was, I think, very fortunate to work with the founders and the directors, because what we find at times is when you kind of talk to them directly, frankly, and tell them what's happening and what they need to do, sometimes I'm sure they listen, especially if you can prove that it's going to work. And so basically what we tried and created was a kind of what were the risks that were there in the organization, and we gave them a 1 year to 2 year roadmap in terms of what they could do. They are surviving, they have grown, Their bottom line has also grown year on year, and they've been able to manage this particular disruption, especially in the last 2 years, reasonably well. I would attribute it to rethink, a kind of shifting of priorities or rethinking of priorities and so on. And I would say any business which kind of becomes more aware. So when I said situational awareness is a way of finding out whether you are fragile or anti-fragile, we kind of made them aware about what the situation is in the industry, in the economy, and inside their organization in various departments. Another, of course, aspect of plugging anti-fragility is identifying and exposing all your vulnerabilities and actually working on it. And the third thing is to actually adapt. So are you ready to adapt? I was kind of surprised and also shocked that the first thing that the directors did was, we said, if you want to address the financial parameters, possibly you'll have to take a huge cut. Maybe you'll have to reduce your salaries. And they were ready to do that because they said it's more important for us to save this business. Our children are also planning to get in. We have so many families to support, and we'll take a cut. So I think this is also how awareness and also what kind of adaptability you can make can also help organizations survive. Now, in the last 2 years, 3 years, we found fantastic examples of adaptation. I work with one organization which kind of manufactures products, engineering products for the utility industry. And what they have done is, I spoke to a plant head and he said, well, we were faced with a very curious situation in 2021. There were lockdowns and our small and medium business suppliers were like almost out of business. We were ready to give them orders. And one of the good things that's happened with disruption is today large companies are thinking more about stakeholders like their vendors, their suppliers, their entire supply chain. So they said, we are ready to give them business, but they don't have labor. So I asked the plant head, what is it that you did? Because you are open for business and that guy doesn't have the workforce. So the plant head said, we are ready to actually share our labor. So what they said was they struck a deal with the supplier and they said, take our blue collar employees.
Seem to have lost contact from it. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, am I audible now? Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
so we had this plant
Yes,
head who
Sumit, please
said,
go ahead.
okay. Plant head said, you know, I'm ready to give a part of my workforce to my supplier, and my supplier should only meet their salaries for X amount of time, Y amount of time, till our supplies are kind of stabilized. So this is an example of how probably employees are now, and possibly it's COVID which made this possible. It's a rethink of how we do business. So so where you would normally not think of sharing employees, today businesses are thinking of sharing employees. I know this is something that I heard one of my partners relate to me, some kind of small and medium business which is into ice cream, but which in its area fights the Amuls. Now they have a whole lot of employees. Their business went through a downturn during COVID, but they didn't want to kind of. So what I find interesting about a lot of small and medium business owners is there's a certain kind of attachment to the workforce also. In the absence of an HR department, they are the ones who play the role of the HR department or the HR head. They didn't want to downsize. What they said was, let's look for opportunities. So while they were closed for business, they struck a deal with a neighboring business owner, possibly a competitor, and said, we have 20, 25 employees who are good salespeople, marketing people. Can you take them on your roles? Can you sustain them while we get back? Till we get the time to get some funds in the business, here are our workforce. Please look after them carefully. We'll get them back once we are on our feet. I think remarkable examples of collaboration and adaptation. So possibly you're seeing, and I believe I've read a paper about Chinese businesses doing similar, especially in the retail industry where large retail chains in China were affected. They kind of helped their competitors and people who were part of the same ecosystem to possibly source their employees for a short period of time. I think it's a win-win proposition. Of course, the impact on the employees have been studied, and employees are possibly so some of the responses were, while I'm happy to have a job with the competitor, but what happens to me after this arrangement or deal is over? So there are those issues. And I think in HR, the biggest issue today is, how do I look at my workplace when there is no workplace? My employee's home is my new workplace. What do I do about work? How do I structure work? And who is my workforce? So you'll find today in HR, especially in the because of the disruption, we find a lot of experimentation in the way work is being distributed, in the way work is being done by employees of various kinds, and the place where work is done. So this, I would say, is where I think a massive amount of experimentation is probably going on. Now, we worked with an IT company this last month. Their workforce has been working in a purely remote model. I'm talking about 1,000+ employees across India, purely remote model for the last 2 years. So the HR head and then the business head, their concern is 2 years is good enough for forming a habit. And we are now looking at a hybrid model maybe after April 2022. We are not sure whether these employees will actually come back. So maybe we'll have 2 days working from office and so on. So organizations and HR departments have kind of adapted and kind of come up with so basically, if you are open to experimentation, if you're open to, I think, rethinking how to do business, you'll probably be strong enough to make your organization an anti-fragile organization. These are some kind of value. I wouldn't set them up as contrasting values, but I think it's good to ask maybe the top people in your organization, are you more reactive versus are you more proactive? Are you focused on results? I think we find a lot of organizations which are focused on results, but if they're so paranoid about results and not so much on efforts which bring those results, you probably have organizations which kind of exert more pressure on employees, especially during times of disruption. So I think if you were to look at this whole model of anti-fragile organization, possibly you'll find this as probably the most powerful use case to kind of bring in the softer aspects that kind of make organizations sustainable. Like think of organizations as organisms which are open to feedback. Think of organizations from a holistic perspective, not a kind of narrow perspective. Experiment and look at an organization powered by values, not by rules alone. I'll close with these two quotes. I think one, of course, is Nassim, who says, contrary to what we think, our world is not predictable. Our world is highly unpredictable. It is unknown. And so let's not fool ourselves into thinking that we'll be able to predict the world. So my apologies to big data buffs or even predictive analytics buffs, but the world cannot be predicted with the help of big or small data sets. And my favorite again from Peter here, there will be turbulence, but if you are going to act with yesterday's logic, this turbulence will last. On that note, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to share my 2 cents on fragile and anti-fragile organizations.
Yeah, can you stop your screen share?
Sure,
Sumit?
Sure. Sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so thank you for a very engaging presentation, both Sumit and Professor Mani, and both adopted different means of presenting. So my first question goes to Sumit. I heard you say that there are about 500,000 organizations that closed in recent times, maybe COVID times, and about the same number or little more that opened also to business. Now, if we were to categorize these organizations, how many broad or rough estimate, rough percentage, how many of these would have been startups, Sumit?
So here's the thing about these closures. One, this is a government data set. I'll be happy to share it. And the second, we find an increasing number of organizations that have been set up largely because of the startup culture or the startup boom, which has kind of taken this country by storm. And if you look at the track record of startups in India, again, it's pretty deplorable. I think we do look at the unicorns more, but if you look at the number of organizations which have closed down, there are a phenomenal number of them. We were looking at a data set of 100 top startups, which we tracked as part of a project for a couple of years. I would say 80% of them have closed down. So there are studies also in the US to suggest that a good number of startups actually close over a period of 10 years. So I would say they are pretty fragile organizations. And fragile organizations also because of their approach to doing business. While it's great to scale up, but I think the rate of return in terms of scale up is primarily for maybe a few stakeholders, but not for all the stakeholders who are on board. So that's possibly my take on it. And a lot of small and medium businesses have closed down. In the US alone, there is a data set which says almost 10,000 plus businesses have closed down permanently. So there were those businesses which closed down temporarily, but which have revived. But there's now news that more than 10,000 businesses have closed down. So small and medium businesses have not been able to absorb the shock, but large businesses have been able to absorb the shock.
Okay. So that brings me to Professor Mani. Professor Mani, are you there?
Very much so.
Sir, so I would just try to relate what Sumit said just now. So many businesses closing down, especially the small and medium enterprises. So you delivered a very power-packed presentation on admired leadership. So what precisely would have gone wrong with the leadership of these organizations?
My first thought would be that these leaders were very selfish in pursuit of the goals of the organization. They were neither interested in developing the employees nor their contribution to society. Profit is not a dirty word, but I think responsible profit which will take people along and ensure that the overall social responsibility of individuals is met. Very often in today's world, we talk about CSR. I love to talk about ISR, individual social responsibility. I believe every individual has to contribute to the society they live in. And if this becomes a way of life, if this is internalized, because this can't be taught in a classroom, but it can be demonstrated through action by being role models and so on. Second point, to be giving some benefit of doubt to all these leaders who perhaps didn't succeed, I think they gave up. Sometimes they say, no, and it's very aptly put in Hindi again, that वादे अक्सर टूट जाते हैं, कोशिशें कामयाब हो जाते हैं. Sometimes we don't try enough. We give up very easily. We are now in a fast food world where we expect results very fast. And when that doesn't happen, there is a tendency to give up. So perhaps not trying with resilience, not putting in that consistent effort, despite all the good intentions, might have made the difference. So these are two possibilities, in my opinion.
Great take on the topic. So that again connects me back to Sumit. Sumit, I pick up one phrase from what Professor Mani said, that those leaders easily gave up. Now, your entire take was on resilience. So what is it that makes a person easily give up? And what one or two takes would you suggest so that organizations and individuals become more resilient? Sumit.
So we've worked with organizations which have actually pursued a very high growth trajectory without actually trying to figure out whether they have the capacity or the capability to execute that high growth strategy. So especially when they kind of meet with some kind of crisis, the usual reactions are, what are we now going to do about it? And what are some hard steps we can take? So I think to be resilient would be to accept that failure is the normal, is the new normal, not success. So it starts with a fundamental change in your outlook to life. In fact, we have been bringing up students and kids in the, on a booster dose of success stories and incredible stories. That's not the norm. Actually, success is the exception. Failure is the norm. We should celebrate failure case studies, and learn from people who have failed. But if you have a culture which is like celebrating success so much, I don't think you are actually developing resilience, because resilience builds over time, over successive failures. So people who actually go through failures build resilience, but who are consciously shying away from failure and doing everything possible to say, I'm not failing and all that, that's not going to work.
So that's a lovely take, and I just can't help but draw a simile. Read on one of the several forwards that one receives on WhatsApp, that the word impossible also says I am possible. So the same way, when you mentioned about agile organizations and fragile organizations, I'm tempted to say that fragile itself includes agile.
Agile, yes, true.
And when you say failure is an important aspect, so probably if FR becomes failure resistant, then you are an agile organization.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
That's wonderful. I think, Purohitji, you've given a wonderful interpretation of something so spontaneously. Wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I find Nishtha Trivedi raising her hand. Nishtha, you can go ahead and please state your question. Nishtha, are you there? I see your hand raised. Nishtha Trivedi, please go ahead. Okay. Nishtha, are you there? Okay. I also saw Mr. Bhaskar Joshi. Okay, ठीक है, Nishtha, doesn't matter. I also saw Bhaskar by raising his hand or putting some message. Bhaskar bhai, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Sandeep bhai. I have a question to Professor Mani. Mani sir, are you listening?
Namaskar.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. Very important questions on leadership and your favorite subject. Nowadays, you come across the atmosphere either in corporates or political, where you find kind of a blame game, dirtiness, and somewhere we are passing a right or wrong message to youngsters that these are the role models you need to follow. I know I'm not very specific, but you know whom I'm referring. What is your intake? I mean, how do we pass a very positive message that all is not dirty? There are some spots we can really develop and do something about it. So on leadership issues for the youngsters, more professionals, I think what is your message and how do we really correct the situation?
Well, the simplest thing I'd like to suggest is we need to change the definition of an admired leader or a successful leader from being one who has plenty of followers to one who can produce more leaders.
Yes.
Very often what happens is leadership popularity is determined by the number of followers I have, the chamchas, if I might use the word, the fan following and what you may. So it is rightly said, a great leader, an extraordinary leader is one who is able to produce more leaders. And such a person will be one who is confident about his abilities, who has the competence, who has the confidence, and who is not insecure. I think most of the times leadership fails because of insecurity. Transfer it to the corporate world, it's so simple. We all talk about succession planning. How many of us are ready to train up a successor to take over from us over a period of time? The first worry is, Mera kya hoga? And I think the answer is already there. When you're told develop your successor, it is because the subtle message to you is there is a slot available for you above. But unless you train someone to take over from you, we cannot promote you upwards. But insecurity, unfortunately, leads to a situation where I don't do that. And this is again what I said somewhere before, main to doob marunga, tujhe bhi saath le jaunga. I don't grow, I don't develop, I don't allow my subordinates to grow and develop, and therefore we lead to a leadership crisis. So perhaps we need to start early enough. I've often used the word, can we have constructive competition? I want people to compete because out of that excellence will come, but compete with the intent that can we do something constructive, not with that win-lose philosophy which we spoke about time and again. I'm happy to share that in modern day universities, including ITM, we make a lot of effort to make student leaders right in the beginning. We emphasize on the importance of being good human beings. We emphasize on the importance of values and extend values to one more level, value addition. Every interaction with every group of people should be a value addition, irrespective of hierarchy, position in the organization, and what background you come from. If this is the kind of culture we are able to build up, I think we are in for better leadership times. We are seeing it in India, but I think change for the good is always a slow process. Change for the worse is an exponential process. And I think all of us see that happening around us. But I'm sure good things will multiply, and we are all hoping to be part of this revolution that's happening in India.
Wonderful, wonderful, Professor. Though we are closing in on time, I can't resist but ask one last question to you.
So,
because in your intro I read, I also heard that you are a former president of Bombay Management Association.
Yes.
So in these times, were you to repeat your presidential year, and these are COVID times, and any management organization is an organization which is an out and out one would say brand building organization, or an organization which needs image, which needs to build brand, and for that it needs to be outgoing.
Correct.
To be seen around, heard around, talked about. And in this past 2 years of total online business, what different you would have done as a leader of Bombay Management Association were you to become president again during these times?
All right, I have Mr. Suresh Matre here, who is our very, very senior statesman of the Bombay Management Association. Suresh ji, namaskar. Are you here with us? And I would love to, acknowledge the fact that it is these people, senior past presidents, who really went out of the way to support us in the pandemic times. And I must share this one personal example. I think I'm hopefully the only president of the Bombay Management Association who took charge digitally and who handed charge digitally.
Brilliant.
I did not go to the office even one day because it was peak COVID times, and the building we were in was closed many times because of pandemic happening, and that there were lockdowns of the buildings happening. But for us, we saw it as an opportunity to convert BMA to the digital platform. And I think perhaps that gave a tremendous boost to BMA membership. It also brought in a new model of learning that I could sit in Virar and attend a session happening in Churchgate. I could be in Tarapur and I don't have to come to Mumbai. Or I could be sitting in Baroda attending a session in Mumbai. I think digital as an enabler was something we were able to institutionalize. I know I'm going a bit out of context, but yesterday at the Bombay Management Association, we had Nitin Gadkari ji talking to us on the essence of leadership and how he is taking India on to the next level through infrastructure development. It was possible because of digital. Otherwise, I guess it wouldn't have been impossible. I think the way ahead is to combine physical and digital. That's what universities are going to do. That is what I would urge management associations to do. The power of networking physically, getting to meet each other, shaking hands, raising a toast is irreplaceable. Let's do that. But the power of digital learning, where people like you and me can meet sitting in the comfort of our offices, is something we should not undermine. So physical plus digital, phygital, as we keep saying in jargon, I think is what is going to be the enabler for all of us. These are my thoughts, Sandeep ji.
Lovely, sir. Lovely. What percentage to be given to Fiji and what to be Tull, is always going to be a debatable issue. But I'm indeed very, very grateful and indebted to both Professor Mani and Sumit for making this session so lively and so worth that I'm sure the participants, whoever is joined digitally, whoever is joined on social media, would definitely would feel that these the past 1.5 hours or 90 minutes have been worth invested. With this frame of reference and profusely thanking both Professor Mani and Sumit, also as a former president of BMA, I'm indeed grateful to the two of you for your services to BMA, and would love to see you again and again on BMA platform. That's all from me. Thank you so much. Over to you, MOC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Purohit.
Welcome, sir. Welcome. Over to you, MOC.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now moving forward with validatory session, I request Mr. Bhaskar Joshi, AMC advisor, for introducing Mr. Suresh Mhatre, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good evening and very warm welcome to my dear friend Suresh Mhatre sir. Wonderful to have Professor Mani, Professor Sumit, and now Suresh Mhatre sir. He is our chief guest in valediction sections, and he will speak at roughly around 40 to 45 minutes. And as a special case, I have requested him to ask or not only ask, but give certain answers to our queries. So thankful to him that he has agreed upon. So to give you a little brief about Mhatre Saab, he has been my senior. TCS veteran, he has completed Masters in Industrial Systems Engineering from the University of Florida. Mhatre Saab joined TCS in 1978. Just remember, I am repeating, 1978. And he worked with the same industries for 37 years and held a very key positions, including global head of resourcing, head of the management consulting, and HR also. He retired in 2014 as a vice president and now independent management consultant. Mhatre Saab has over 40 years consulting experience in IT, strategy, project management, e-governance, HR sourcing, ERP, selection and implementation across domains like government, manufacturing, universities, utilities, construction and ports. He's also fellow of the Institute of Engineers and fellow of Institute of Management Consultants of India. And to mention, he's also past president of Bombay Management Association. With these brief introductions, I hand it over to Suresh sir. But more than that, we are extremely thankful to have him as a chief guest because he is very clear on his ideas. He's very sharp and he gives, without playing with the words, he can give you his advice. So over to you, Suresh sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend Bhaskar Bhai, Professor Mani. Thank you for setting the stage so wonderful for my address on the theme of digital, because dealing with uncertainty, and which is the overall topic, I'm taking up some examples from a company I know best, which is, of course, Tata Consultancy Services, where I spent over 37 years. So you've left the debate at a very interesting point with Nitin Gadkari Saab's address and your own erudite comments. And I think it's built a platform wonderful for my valedictory address. So just a couple of minutes on, on TCS background. I mean, all of us, of course, know TCS contemporary history, but I want to share with you a little bit of the formation of TCS. TCS was actually started as a TISCO EDP department. TISCO those days was Tata Iron and Steel, now known as Tata Steel. And this was in the year 1962 when an IBM 1401 landed for TISCO. In 1968, Tata Sons decided to incorporate TCS as a division of Tata Sons. So it sort of broke away from TISCO and became the Tata Consultancy Services, located in Nirmal building, one of the first skyscrapers, only I think 20-storied high, in the year 1968. When I joined TCS in 1978, we were about 8 crores and about 300 people. So some of the examples I'm giving you are from the time when we were a 50 crore to maybe 500 crore company, because that is where I'm sure most of the audience is today. Some of those decisions now see momentum when you look at current TCS, which is almost 450,000 people and well over 15 lakh crore annual turnover. So when you look at the company in the 80s and 90s and some of those decisions faced, the challenges faced and the decisions taken to overcome uncertainty in those days have lessons for us even today. TCS, of course, was led by the legendary Dr. F.C. Kohli, who was then director in charge, later on became deputy chairman, and subsequently by Mr. Ramadura, and then of course N. Chandra. But more of my examples will be from Dr. Kohli's days. So let me tell you what TCS used to do when I joined. We were a IBM shop. We were churning out projects which were of great use, where it was difficult to manage large data. Typically, the Bombay Telephones directory, it had suddenly grown. There were lakhs of records. They had to be sorted alphabetically, and they had to be printed in the form of a directory. Those were the kind of projects. Share accounting work, where very large companies, particularly the Tata companies, we had to keep records and declare dividends, print out dividend shares, etc. This was momentous work. This was tedious work, and that is what computers did best in those days. In '79, Unit Trust of India, under the then chairman, Dr. Fairwani, came out with a scheme called units, which they wanted to sell. It contained a certificate, and it was like a government bond. And those of you who know, it was called Unit 64, US 64. And they wanted TCS to bid for it and maintain the records, print out the dividends and the share certificates, handle the transfer work. Now remember, those days IT was still new. It was called EDP departments, in fact. And UTI was itself a very young fledgling organization, and it was shared with us that we cannot charge too much for the software development. So Mr. Kohli made a counter offer, and he said, okay, don't pay me anything upfront for the software. Pay me 1 rupee for every certificate I print. So every new customer who comes in, I'll print the certificate, you pay me a rupee, and of course, the dividends, whatever they come, that will be charged on actual when we print the dividend checks. Now, I thought this was something which I was in the project, one of the projects. Our group leader was Lakshmi, who later on went on to be chairman of Cognizant. The project leader was NH Kale, who started Kale Consultants, which then has its own growth path. So it was team staff with some of the best brains of TCS. And try as we might, we found out that you can't print the certificate in 1 rupee. It's going to cost maybe 1 rupee 60 paise. And Mr. Kohli said, wait, I have a feeling that the middle class will lap up these units. You are calculating at today's volumes. If it starts selling well, then it will be 1000x units sold. And that's when we make some money. And sure enough, within 3 months or 6 months, Unit 64 took off. Everybody was buying units left, right, and center. The cost dropped because of the volume. And before you knew it, Unit 64 had not only broken even, but subsequently Unit 2000 and Unit 5000 series were given to TCS because we had the ready software. We could win those projects. And they went on to be very good money spinners for TCS. And even as a young TCS intern, the lesson was very clear. You've got to know your industry. You might be doing just certificate printing, but you're providing a service to an organization which is going to grow. And you, as a business partner, will grow with it. And this is, I think, been the TCS philosophy all through. Invest in your customer as well, build a relationship, and then when business grows, both you and your customer will benefit. Later on, TCS got into various new businesses, particularly exports. 1982, I think we got Chicago Police, which was the very first overseas job for any IT company. And that got TCS many more jobs, particularly in US, later on in UK and Europe. By the late 80s, I had been put in charge of manpower planning from consulting because TCS was growing so fast that we needed to build manpower resources, and that was the key to growth. Now, remember, in those days, there was computer science. Even at the MTech level, you had electronics. At BTech level, you took an electrical engineer who had interest in software. And we had to spend almost 4 months in a classroom training our employees in the latest languages, mostly C and Java, which were the most advanced languages then. Some work in Fortran, some of the work of maintenance was still in COBOL. Now, because of the 4-month investment in which the interns got full salary, but at the same time, there was no revenue because they had to be put in a classroom. Even after that, it took them a couple of months in a project to find their feet. So 6 months of investment in a salary before any returns could accrue and before billing to a customer would start. And it was very important for us to know how many to train in C and how many to train in Java, which was then the object-oriented basic language. If we took a wrong call and we just said, okay, let's train 50-50, the retraining would cost us another 4 months. And that would have meant a major loss in the first year of the trainee's revenue. So we are looking at something like an investment of at least a third, if not half, of the person's first year salary. Every year, Mr. Kohli would go for a 4-week, 6-week tour of Europe and US. He would come back by the time the trainees were joining, which was in about July, just after their BTech. And he would tell us, okay, this year, 70% Java, 30% C, or C++ as it was then coming in, and so on and so forth. And at the end of 4 months, the requests coming from overseas would more or less match the 70-30 number or the 60-40 number or whatever number he had given us. And obviously, everybody knew Dr. Kohli was a genius, but I was facing that and sitting down year after year, watching Kohli Saab give us these numbers and being right almost 95% of the time. After a 3 or 4 year stint in sourcing, I was going back to consulting. And I knew then Dr. Kohli much better. And I knew that underneath that gruff exterior was a heart of gold. So I ventured to ask a question which none of us would have otherwise dared. I asked him, Dr. Kohli, how do you decide this, C and C++? And I think it's you're absolute genius, the way you called the shot. But how do you know your customers so well? And he said, you know what I do during those 4 weeks? I'm not on a holiday. I call on every one of the top 25 PCS customers, which account for 80% of the business. I talk to the CIO, CTO, I talk to the CEO, I understand which way the business is headed. And I ask them, what are their developmental platforms? Wherever in that country there is a top quality computer science department in any university, I meet the professors and I try and understand where the future is headed. At the end of that 4 to 6 weeks, he had met hundreds of people in the field of computers, most of them customers, if not leading professors in universities. If 70% of the customers said that they are planning to switch to Java, he would come back and say 70% Java. And he said, see, when you look at it, the concept is simple. Talk to the customer. As simple as that. And that's your corporate plan. So when you see how it is done, it seems simple. But you have to only appreciate the hard work of meeting 5 to 6 people daily for 4 to 5, 6 weeks. Understanding their business and then coming back and taking a commercial call, which a wrong call would have actually created major problems for TCS. Because on one hand, we would have had too much inventory of, say, C and not enough programmers of Java, so we would have lost business. Very simple lesson, which I never forgot. Understand the customer better. So in uncertain times, where we had no clue which way the world was headed, he did the best thing. He talked to the customer, he understood how they were dealing with their uncertainty, what language were they banking on, why, and then he would come back and take those very difficult corporate planning calls within TCS. Over the years, particularly from late 80s, competition for TCS was growing. There was Datamatics, the split away into Infosys. Wipro was moving from its traditional business into IT. A lot of larger companies like IBM were setting up shops in India, and therefore competition was growing. Mr. Kohli understood that in order to be number one and continue to be the number one IT company from the country, he had to, what he called, move up the value chain. So if you see, in the early 70s, TCS was what is now known as body shopping company, also known professionally as T&M, time and material. So if a customer wanted 5 COBOL programmers, you took visa, then sent over 5 people who were experts in COBOL, and you charged by the month or the day or the man hour or whatever. This was time and material basis. But there the profits were low because there was no risk to TCS except the risk of having somebody sent back because he wasn't well versed in a particular technology. But that hardly happened. We made sure the people were well trained, were knowledgeable. We were recruiting from the best colleges in India, and therefore the quality was assured. However, the model was very easy to imitate, and therefore competition grew dramatically. If those days we were getting $35 an hour, there were people willing to do it at $30 an hour, $32 an hour. And therefore it was necessary for us to move very quickly to the next level, which was what we call turnkey responsibility. So you not only gave manpower, and then if there was a project slippage, the customer actually paid for it, and it benefited TCS in higher billing. We now took fixed price contracts. We said, okay, we understand you need payroll done. Our estimate is so many man months. We'll put 10 people on the job, and in 6 months, we'll give you a payroll package, and we will charge you this much, no escalation. This meant we had to manage the projects very well. We had to understand how payroll systems work in America or in different parts of Europe, because Germany is so different from, say, France or UK. And we had to manage the process well. We had to estimate the projects better. And of course, we lost our shirt on a few projects where we did wrong estimations, where we had not understood the intricacies of a certain package or a certain requirement. But very soon, we were able to charge top dollar, give a committed date. And that was again another learning. If we had underestimated, we never went back crying to the customer. We just poured in 5 more people and got the job done. But we learned and we moved on to the next project, estimating better. Soon, TCS earned the reputation of not only good quality, but ability to deliver on time. And in certain banking circles or in insurance companies, if you could deliver software 3 months earlier than the competitor, it gave your customer that much of a competitive advantage. They were able to get more customers, service their customers better, and TCS as a business partner would get the next job easily and perhaps at better terms. So we had learned project management, And again, we realized that we better move on because now our costs are becoming very high and we are becoming a premium player. We were getting hit by the top companies of the world. We had to be globally competitive, not just the West in India. So we came out with another solution, onshore, offshore. We would send a team of very senior people who understand the requirements. And then we told the customer, instead of calling 50 junior programmers here and charging you for their living, boarding, lodging, and development costs, why don't we develop this in India? And we'll come back to install it. So 4 months later, we have a very skeleton crew here who are clarifying further requirements, detailing it out. But the bulk of our people would be in India in various SEEPs zones or offshore centers, where we can put not 40, 50, which have visa restrictions, but we can put 100 people. Not only will the cost come down because we don't have to pay living, lodging, boarding costs in your country, but we also can put more people on the job and finish the job even faster. Now, remember, we were battling an image of India as a country of bullock carts and snake charmers in those days. Various companies, our clients sent teams over, and when they entered our SEEP's office, they saw the furniture, they saw the setup, they saw the security, they saw the software systems, identical to what you would find in any developed country. That built confidence. We set up very good communication systems. Remember, there was no easy video. We had some of the best 3M video systems where we could talk to people in America or in UK or in Japan. And slowly the offshore on-site model took off. Now, offshore costs are 1/3 of on-site costs. So the profits of TCS again grew. We were almost doubling our turnover every alternate year. We were consistently getting close to 30% profit margin. And this was fueling further growth, further expansion. Then we realized that a lot of these requirements of the software were being built by the leading management consultancy firms in the world, the Accentures, the IBM Global Consulting Groups, and so on and so forth, the Ernst & Young or what have you, the top 5. And they would charge more to define requirements, particularly in banking, financial services, insurance area, then we would charge to develop the whole software. And there were just 10 people, but they were industry experts. They knew their job. They defined the requirements. And then we would get the software development. They might even be doing quality control later. And we realized that that is where the big bucks lie. That is the lucrative soft spot. We need to get there. And that is when TCS transformed again from a company which was giving not just software programmers or even IT solutions, but giving business solutions. So we could go to a insurance company, say Lombard, and say, we'll give you a voice activated insurance system in which anybody can get on a telephone. When telephone call, we can sell you insurance. And this will give you a competitive advantage against your competitors. So if you buy a new car, by the time you fill up the forms and we do data entry and we issue your insurance, it's about 5 days. During that time, if the car crashes, the person doesn't get any money for the new car. That was how it was those days. But before leaving the car showroom, if you make a phone call, we can confirm to you that minute that your insurance is on and we are couriering you your insurance certificate. So those kind of business solutions, pitchfork TCS, again, into some of the leading top 5 or 10 companies in the world, providing IT-based business solutions. Now for this, we had to not only learn project management and software engineering, which is not just coding, but the whole concept of writing specifications, prototyping, writing the code, extensive use of libraries, and software quality management. We also had to learn domain knowledge. We had to understand how manufacturing works, how insurance companies work, how share markets work, banks work, etc. In their systems, so that we could offer even very precise solutions for a bank, like how do you do asset liability management in a bank, and so on and so forth. So each wave of growth and transformation was backed by tremendous amount of retraining, investing in people, and completely mastering new skills. Almost all indigenously. Yes, we would take on some consultants, but there was always organic growth. We never acquired different companies to understand business. We just learned it the hard way. Then came another big uncertainty. In 2008, there was a big subprime crisis in USA. Those of you who may not recall, and some of the younger generation, American banks were giving out loans, particularly in the real estate sector, at what they call prime rates, which was about 9%. But if they found that the person was having some problem or it was more risky in that area, they would give at a subprime rate, which was probably 12% or 13% to cover that extra risk. Over a period of time, in order to make more money, more and more risky loans were given out. And with the result in 2008-9, when the real estate market crashed, and houses which were fueled by easy money and loans of banks had spiraled out of control, lost almost half their value. So if you had bought a house for 100,000, you couldn't even sell it for $50,000. Banks were saddled with a whole lot of not only bad loans and NPAs, but also a lot of houses which they had taken over, which they couldn't even sell at half the cost of the loan. The first effect on IT companies was that banks, which were one of its biggest customers, stopped investment in IT till they survived this bad period. It also happened in America, where half of IT companies' revenues come for at least Indian IT companies. And so most Indian IT companies got hit by a double whammy. The biggest industry sector had collapsed, and with it the insurance sector. The banking and insurance sector got wiped out. And the biggest country as a geographical market was in deep financial crisis. So American jobs stopped coming. Almost all companies would have projected a 1/3 to 1/2 loss in turnover. That is when our learnings from the TCS past came to the fore. Remember UTI project? What do you do if you can't afford a car? You can't afford the driver's salary. You can't afford the capital investment in a car. Well, you hire a cab, or in these days, call an Ola, Uber. They give you the car, they put in the petrol, they give you a driver, and they say, please pay per usage. So if you use the car for 50 kilometers, you pay for 50 kilometers. And then I'll use the car, hire it to somebody else. TCS did a variation of that. And it's called transaction-based billing. So we went to banks and said, I know you can't afford new hardware. I know you can't afford to pay for the new software. What if we give it to you free upfront? However, for every new account you open, we'll do a backend software. Just pay us, okay, $5. Every time the person writes a check, pay us whatever, 20 cents, and so on and so forth. So for each service, we could put a charge, we give them a menu card, and they pay nothing upfront. Because we were in banking, because we had the domain knowledge, we knew how many checks are issued a year, how many new customers come, how many credit card entries would happen, and so on and so forth. We took a calculated risk again. With the result, if you see the results, financial results of this IT company in those years, you'll find that business actually grew, profitability was maintained, but the business model had been adapted to take care of that uncertainty. By 2010-11, things were back to normal, and again, TCS had now a hybrid system. Those who could afford us upfront, we charge upfront. Those who couldn't, we said, okay, we have minimum money upfront, we'll go to transaction billing model. So these are, I think, examples where over a period of time, TCS always adapted. TCS transformed itself. Today's TCS, and I've retired now 8 years, has changed so much that I probably wouldn't recognize. TCS over my 37 years changed and rebuilt itself maybe 20 times. Each time responding to uncertainty with changes in strategy, changes in the business model, changes internally in the training program, in the people we recruited, and so on and so forth. After I left, I read an example in the newspapers. TCS, of course, as we all know, any IT company is heavily dependent on top quality resources. If you can attract the best talent to your company, then next 2-3 years, that talent is going to pay for itself much better. But as more IT companies in India and also global companies started recruiting Indian talent, the recruiting salaries grew to an extent where it became unviable to hire top quality Indian talent. TCS had by then shifted to system generators, software which is generating new software. And the demand for top quality engineering brains was not there. Rather than fight for day one in all engineering colleges, TCS announced to various hackathons, various public recruitment drives, that anybody who has a good graduate degree, not necessarily engineering, has got certifications in IT and can clear our demanding entrance test, you have the caliber to be a good top-class professional, which we can train, and got out of the rat race in the colleges, went into public drive, and got the best talent again, but at a far lower cost than the high salaries which were being paid in campus. So it is reacting, it continues. The DNA is such that it continues to evolve to every challenge, to face each uncertainty with an internal transformation. And even though it has now crossed 400,000 employees, it is still an agile elephant. It is still dancing to the latest tunes. Let me spend 5 more minutes in talking about the future of IT industry. I'm not sure how TCS is reacting to that. All I know is I read the annual reports, I read the chairman's statements, and I think it's still an elephant which is dancing. But let me give you some examples. One of the growth areas is today robotics. Robotics is mostly electromechanical, but the intelligence comes from software, which is driving those robotics. And there's machine learning at the heart of it. TCS has already moved into that. Additive manufacturing, or what we call 3D printing, now evolved into a full-fledged discipline by itself called additive manufacturing, again driven by software. Mobiles have not only moved to 5G, but mobile has become the heart of IoT, linking sensors back to larger computers. Mobile apps have become big business, and therefore any software you think of today has to be mobile driven. The customer logs in to your system, not through a laptop or even an iPad today, but through a mobile. So everything has to be made, the GUI has to be made mobile friendly. There is data analytics, and this huge amount of data is now driving artificial intelligence, machine learning. Internet of Things is giving way to Internet of Everything. But at the heart of it is some logic. And where there is logic, there is code, there is software. And I guess that is where TCS will be. With that, I've used up my 40 minutes that Bhaskar Bhai was so kind enough to give me. If there are any particular areas of interest, we have 20 minutes. I'll be able to focus on those areas of interest to the BMA members. I hand it back to the Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you, Matre Saab, and very well done, very insightful talk. Only one questions, and we have a couple of more questions also from the audience. But to begin with, as a veteran in TCS, from TCS, you have seen leadership style of JRD, Dr. Kohli, Ram Durai, Chandrasekhar, and current one Gopinath also. And looking at the context, basically survival in the era of killer competitions, and TCS has gone through, and you have covered some of the aspect also. How do you see these transformations from each leader to a second leader to a third leader? You know, this is where we would like to have your insight in terms of leadership role played by various individuals and how they took TCS further. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So I think, no, I can't speak much about JRD Tata Sahib or even Ratan Tata Sahib. I met them very few times, also from far, and I was never on the board of TCS to know my chairman intimately. But yes, I work very closely with Ramdurai Sahib and Kohli Sahib, so I can talk about that. TCS, I think, maybe instinctively, maybe formally, groomed its own internal leaders. Dr. Kohli was able to groom not only, of course, Mr. Ramdurai, but also LC Singh, who later went on to start Nihilant, Dr. Nirmal Jain, who was then the head, for some time, CEO, MD of Tata Infotech before it merged. There was YP Sahani, and so on and so forth, and innumerable. Mahalingam, I can't forget, and so many others, and who are absolute veterans in the field of IT, who are leading larger teams. Mr. Ramdurai joined TCS as an overall more hardware engineer. Later on was groomed by giving him assignments in US in charge of entire marketing, etc. So the transition was very smooth. And most of us in TCS never even noticed the difference. So Mr. Kohli continued as deputy chairman. Ramdurai Saab was MD. He had tremendous knowledge of foreign business. He used to travel extensively. And he in turn groomed N. Chandra, who worked very closely with him. Mr. Ramdurai took over from Kohli Saab when we were about 150 odd crores, 157 crores, I think, to be precise. But the foundations had been laid. We were already about 30,000 people, and Kohli Saab, when he handed over, Mr. Ramdurai's contribution was strengthening lines of industry, verticals. We started focusing more and more on developing domain skills. But all this was a plan of the management from the beginning. It was just being executed by Ramdurai Sahib. He would do a full assessment of an individual large IT customer. Somebody, we would go by what we call size of wallet. How much is their IT spend? And if in the world, say General Electric has so much million to spend on IT. How come TCS is not one of their favored customers? So we would find out which other competitor is of IT competitor is working, what service is he providing, what is our area of strength. Mission level teams would be put together to stock each large customer and then make them an offer they can't refuse. Put our best teams together, the right software in our area. If we feel this is something that we do well, we would chase them down relentlessly and eventually win that customer and then grow the business. So this monitoring and Chandra took over and built the business even further before he went on to Tata Sons. I never had the pleasure of working with Rajesh Gopinath. He was in the company, but more in finance, so I'm not able to comment. But in each of the three senior leadership that I was privy to, the transition was smooth. It was totally internal training and growth, and there is so much internal competition that the best talent always will rise to the top on merit. So that is how each had a different style, of course, of management, but overall strategy of growth more or less remain the same. Yeah, Bhaskar bhai or MOC, back to you.
Thank you, Suresh sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any more questions? No? Okay. So with these words, we come to an end as far as valediction is concerned. And thank you very much, Suresh sir, for your wonderful insight. TCS has been a classic organization. The era where people change job every 5 years or 3 years, you are the only one who has worked for such as 37 years. So all salute to you, credit to you. Wonderful. And I know you have worked so well in Air India building. You have been a mentor, you have been a great help, and I was the president of Bombay Management Associations. So with these words, once again, thank you very much. And we look forward for your further contributions in time to come. Thank you very much. Thank you, Suresh sir. Before Himanshu bhai takes over as a chairperson to conclude and present a summary. मेरा वही photo से दिखा. Okay, दिख रहा है. Okay. So I have a very small job to perform. I must thank everyone. I think to begin with, I must thank President Deepak bhai, Vice President Nimil bhai, the entire EC committee, the members, the secretariat, more particularly our young friends, Shivani, Shivangi, Sumesh, Arun Ben, who has done a wonderful job. So, and all technical support Nimil bhai provided. So it was a very hard time in many aspects, but I think he made it. I must say special thanks to Deepak bhai, though he could not remain present because of certain personal reasons. But we started this exercise almost 2 months back. We worked very hard. We worked very hard with a very specific purpose that whether to do it offline or online, but ultimately we had to switch on to online. Now both has its own plus and minuses. Both has difficulties, both has a plus points. And the second thing was in terms of the subjects and the speakers. There Deepak bhai and Nimil bhai thought that we need to have a good speakers because our benchmark as far as EMC is concerned is very, very high. And we can't compromise on this. So keeping this in mind, I think we evolved over lot of discussions with past presidents, our good friends, Samir, Sandeep, and we thought that we need to have some current subjects which we can really throw to our audience through our participants, and they can get a good message out of it. So this is where we ended. And I'm very happy. I'm not going to repeat, but we started with Dr. Narendra Jadhav, Rankal Saab, very veteran in the field, who set the tone of 2 days, 1.5 days conference, followed by very, very insightful speakers and very insightful presentations to the subjects and specific areas by wonderful speakers. So I'm sure we have gathered a lot of things. My sincere thanks to participants, their organizations and sponsors and press and media for their coverage. They have done a marvelous job. And thank you to all speakers, moderators, our own past presidents, our own veterans like Mr. Mehta. And thank you to Nimil Bhai, thank you to Deepak Bhai, thank you to Himanshu Bhai for their wonderful support. So with these words, I conclude my speech, and over to you, Shivani.
Thank you so much, sir. And moving forward, I request Mr. Himanshu Agrawal, AMC chairman, for closing remark and takeaways for AMC 33rd AMC 2 days event. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shivani. Can you switch on the video, please? So we started yesterday evening after 8 to 9 hours of listening to 2 speakers yesterday, 8 speakers today, and 3 moderators. We are at the very last of this particular 33rd AMC. Let me do a quick wrap up without really repeating everything. Yesterday, we had an excellent presentation from Dr. Narendra Jadhav. He talked about sustainability of the economy. How can we translate to a double-digit GDP growth year on year and ensure that the government's vision of reaching from $3 trillion to possibly 30 to $40 trillion by 2047, when India will see its 100 years of independence can happen. So he's given a roadmap of how one can really look at it. He has also dissected the budget of 22-23 as to what it means and how the whole mechanism will work. We had the second presentation yesterday from Dr. Ajay Ranka. He is a typical futurist talking about how we see next 20 to 30 years. Today we are 7+ billion people on this planet. 2 more billion people will get added in the next 25 to 30 years. How do we look at sustaining this extra numbers as well as the people who will live on this planet? Where do they add value? Today, as per his calculation, a $500 ice plus brain and $500 on data, a $1,000 pack can replace a human being. So where do human beings add value? Should they not be replaced by a robot? So how does one go about disrupting the business and jobs? He also went into diving into blue ocean markets, looking at wellness and health, and also giving a roadmap as to how organizations can stay relevant in times to come. This morning, we had excellent first session being steered by Shri Sagar Mehta ji. Mr. Rajesh Srivastava talked about how the superiority of a product is so important. Let the product do its talking rather than we trying to enable it by, spending money on marketing, on advertising, and so on. Also, can we make information available which is relevant to the user so that he or she can make a decision and get pulled into what you are offering rather than keeping the push on? One of the most important things shared was disruption of oneself rather than getting disrupted by competitors. How customers can be converted into your own employees doing part of the work, and employee omni-channel retailing. So whether it is a B2C model or a B2B model or a B2G model, we are morphing into a 24/7, 365-day era in terms of doing business. So how can we be relevant? Moving on, we had the second presentation in the morning by Dr. Suryanarayan Iyer. He talked about the VUCA world and building resilience. From moving from the mindset perspective, from causation to effectuation, critical being co-creation and development of trust. Now, those are the 5 letters which are really the most important letters to move forward. Moving on, Mr. Chinmay Naik did an excellent analysis on differentiation of giants, the top 20 giants in the last 20 years. What does it take for them to stay relevant, and why some of these companies are no longer around in 2021 in the top bracket? So what kind of upheaval do we see across sectors in terms of green energy, EVs, telecom, etc., etc.? The key takeaway from his talk: innovate or perish, disrupt or differentiate. That's the core message. Second session, excellently moderated by Shri Samir Bhai Parekh. First presenter, Mr. Sundarajan, talking about disruption of business at regular intervals, continuing the same theme. His core idea was take the customer pain into your proposition and ensure that the capital and technology works for you. Not having capital, not having technology is not the key. Having the big idea is so important. Customers remember the best, the worst, and the latest. A very, very key phrase, I guess one must remember. Worth understanding how Asian Paints has moved on from selling space to lifestyle. Mr. Ashok Jambur talked about chaos and how do you lead in uncertainty. Very, very interesting presentation, starting from Tom Peters. What kind of leadership behaviors does one need to have? How do you respond to chaos? You try to dissect chaos, and what kind of a leadership is required for that? Post lunch, the third session, done by Shri Sandeep Purohitji, an excellent moderation done. Professor Mani, rather from macro, brought the whole thing into the each individual, because at the end of the day, we all, if become leaders who are admired or inspirational, can anyway ensure that the summation of us all will thrive. So what does it take? Do we need a local approach? One of the most important things which I look at is the R factor. When you look at the R factor in COVID, it's very important to keep it low. But when you talk of business, the R factor has to be the highest, and R means the relationship. A thought for everyone: you can choose your parents. Can you choose your boss? Maybe there is a disruption waiting here, that how we can choose our bosses rather than taking it as a given. He also is given a roadmap in terms of how one can become an inspirational leader by doing self-development, strategic thinking, focusing on sustainable success, integration into society, the SDG goals. Very, very important. Moving on, Mr. Verghese talked about anti-fragile organization. We all have heard of resilience in organization. He's gone one step ahead. Moving on from resilience to anti-fragile, what does it take? We need to have flexibility like a willow and look at what kind of environment we see and how one can pass by that adverse headwinds in the environment and still get going when the time comes in. So how do we make ourselves anti-fragile? Very, very interesting presentation. Key takeaway: use logic of future. I guess that was implicit, not of yesterday, because we are all delving into future. Finally, to round it up, an excellent valedictory by Shri Suresh Mahatreji. He's given the whole life story of TCS, how it has grown from a 3-digit turnover to the behemoth that it is. And he is still talking of this huge company, which is more than $500 million company, to be an agile elephant, taking care of uncertainties. How do you take it further on? So very, very interesting presentations. Some of the key things coming back again to the topic, can we benchmark to global? Can we be ahead of the curve? Unlock latent needs. Customers never indicate what they need. Nobody ever told that we need a mobile phone. Someone unlocked that latent need. So very, very important is the latent in that whole need base. Cannibalize and disrupt or get disrupted. So leaders need to dive into talent because talent is always latent. It needs to be uncovered. Last, I would definitely look at suggesting to anyone who's interested to go and look at Alvin Toffler, who wrote Future Shock in the 1970s, who also talked about mega trends. I think there have been thinkers all around. This 8 to 9 hours of deliberations and excellent presentations should have food for thought and takeaways for all. So I would rather thank everyone who's been there till the end of this program. Thank all the speakers. Thank the BMA Secretariat for making all the effort. My special thanks to Bhaskar Bhai Joshi for pulling in and doing bulk of the work in terms of getting excellent speakers. Thank you very much. Look forward to the 34th edition of the BMA AMC convention. So till then, thank you very much. A great thanks to all the sponsors who have sponsored this particular program. Back to you to the BMA Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request everyone for paying attention for national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.